In progress.
Yeah, hello, guys. Am I audible to all?
Yes,
Hello,
you
Yes.
are audible.
Yes.
hello. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
In progress.
It's audible.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, so just try to connect with the separate line. So okay, fine. Now it's clear, right? I can see there was some echo. Now it's better. Hmm? Fine. So shall we continue now? Hope you remember what
Yes,
in which module we are. We are working on our Ansible modules. Yesterday we just had a no installation of Ansible and configure the target nodes to Ansible. Sorry, come again. Hello. Sorry, what's the question? I missed your question. Come again, please.
Hi, Loksa sir. Good morning. This is Prakash from Star Ajay. Can you please make me co-host?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So are we comfortable in Ansible now? Like, what is the architecture of Ansible? What is the purpose of inventory files? Can you able to recollect those things? Did you get chance to practice it, or like what is the status?
Yes, I mean, I had gone through yesterday, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Okay. So hope you remember, right? What is the purpose of creating the inventory files? What is the module and how the SSS keys are generated and how it is shared with other components, right? Fine. So now we'll just continue with the process. We'll see how to add more, how to work with other modules. Like yesterday, we just started with the ping module. Now I'll show you how to work on other modules. Let me log into my account, AWS account. Back to back, back to back. Okay. C3, right. All right. Yeah, tell me. So I'm just expecting from people. How about others? Did you get a chance to practice or like what is the progress there? Guys? Or if you have any questions to me, please let me know. I thought you must be covering till the what you call that ad hoc commands. How to execute a simple Ansible ad hoc command to quickly check for the connection, right? So that's what the expectation. So if you can see here in last session, what happened? My screen is not shared or what? Okay. So now if you see, I hope you all can see my screen. Please confirm.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I thought like it is in share mode. So now we were discussing about this process, right? Like we have installed Ansible in one of the Ansible node, and then we have configured our target machines to the Ansible controller, and we just gone through some of the fundamentals, how to execute your Ansible ad hoc commands. This is what we have seen. And you should know the basic syntax for Ansible ad hoc command. So it will be having the host name followed by the module, and optionally you can give some inventory name. So now, apart from this ping module, what are other modules available? How we can able to use it? I'll show you that now. Where's my account? Okay, so these are 3 servers we have launched yesterday. Okay, so we stop these 2 things for now. Okay, so let me log into my controller machine first. What is it? Open to. And this is the key, I believe. So in our Ansible controller machine, let it be my Ansible controller. And in this Ansible controller machine, we have created a user called DevOps admin user. And as a DevOps admin user only, I want to interact with Ansible. Correct? Got it? So now in this case, whenever we talk about the Ansible, the very first thing is your inventory file creation that should contain the complete information about the target servers. And once the inventory file is ready, then we need to focus on the modules, because the modules are the key components that is going to get executed in the target machine. So yesterday we talked about ping module. Ping module is just to quickly verify the connectivity. It means, let's say, for example, consider I have some number of test servers that are up and running. I think that is up and running, but sometimes we'll be getting a call from the support team or from the testing team or dev team stating that they are unable to reach that server. Okay. So they want to do some critical testing, but the server is not responding. So what we do once you get that request, we need to quickly verify that availability of the server. So for that, I can't directly get into my workstation and I can't access it. So what I can do from my controller machine itself, I can quickly execute this command to check whether the servers are running or not. If it is a single server, I can directly check it. But if it is a group of servers, using group name of that servers, I can able to verify whether all the responses are coming or not. So that's what even we did yesterday. Hope you remember. We have used Ansible, test notes, -m, ping. So when we execute this command, it has identified the default host name, that is inventory file. And what are the servers we have configured in the machine? It is trying to connect to that server and getting a response. Assume that if one of the node is down, let's say I have these 3 nodes. Out of that, we have 2 worker nodes. So assume that this particular node is down. Let me stop this node explicitly. Okay, it is in stopping state now. So now if I run the command, what will happen? See, your server 2 is unreachable. Clear? So this is how we can able to quickly use the ping module to check the availability of the target machine. Guys, are you able to understand the purpose now? Hello, am I audible to all?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So the next thing is about what are the other modules we have. And as I said, your Ansible uses a push mechanism to push some changes in remote server, right? So how the push mechanism works, all those things we should be very clear. Then only it'll be easy for us to implement. It is not just about running a module. So whenever I said about Ansible, Ansible is agentless, right? Remember, Ansible is a agentless architecture. It doesn't require any specific agent to be running on the target machine. So whenever you want to execute anything, the module, whatever you invoke, that will be injected into the target machine and get executed. Once the execution is completed, automatically that module will be deleted from the target machine. Okay. So now I'll show you how the push mechanism works. And at one point of time, it is trying to inject the code in target machine and how we can able to verify whether the module has been successfully completed or not. So for that, let's understand one of the important parameters here. Let me show you this. Where's your document here? I'm missing the context here. This is the class notes, right? Okay, 6 okay. So 15th. So Ansible modules. So whatever the module you execute, you try to execute target machine, the modules will be pushed into the target server. It executes the module and then it removes, or we can simply say like it will be deleted. Server. Got it? So in order to validate this, all that you can do is you can able to test with some modules, because you can't experience in real time. Once the module is pushed into the server, once the execution is completed, it automatically deletes it. So you won't have any evidence of using it. So let's say I can execute one command here. Okay. So let's say, for example, consider I want to run this command, Ansible sample node 1. I want to run it in sample node because I just shut down my sample node 2, right? So I can use sample node 1 from here. And I want to run a module called shell module. So this shell module, what it's going to do means it is going to execute some shell commands in the target machine. So I want to give some sleep command, sleep for 5 seconds, and then print the message. See, it is waiting for 5 seconds and it is trying to print the message. Got it? That is how it works. So using shell module, we can able to execute any shell commands in the target machine. So shell is a module name. You can identify the module name with the help of -m parameter. And what are the arguments that is required for this module that will be passed using -a parameter? Clear? This is the actual parameter we are going to assign to this, and all these things are considered as argument to your module. So if you want to pass any arguments, you can simply use the -a as a tag. Similarly, what is the purpose of -i? What is -i?
It will execute the command in interactive mode.
Oh, sorry, come again. I heard something wrong.
It executes the command in interactive mode.
No, sir. No. Yesterday I was talking about the user-defined inventory file. Remember? when you create any inventory file, and if you want to pass that inventory file, it will be identified with the help of -i. Getting or not?
Oh,
So if I
okay.
simply say Ansible ping means it will try to get the server details from this default inventory file. But apart from that, I created one inventory file called my dev servers. If I want to use this, I'll be using -i followed by this parameter. See, this test notes is not present in my file. So instead of that, I can simply select dev notes. It should respond because I created the group there. You see? So please try to understand, okay, -m, -i, and now we are talking about -a for argument. Interactive mode is something different, okay? That is something you are using on different module.
So that will, I mean, it's an interactive mode. I meant to say that it should be along with -it. That was the thing. Oh, so I got it wrong. I mean, it is for inventory file. That's fine.
I
So
think
got it.
you just learned Docker somewhere.
No, I went through Docker yesterday. So
That's what.
yeah.
That's what you're relating to that. Okay. So to ensure that the model is getting injected to the target machine. So I'll just show you that once. Let me log into my machine for here. There's a target machine. What is it? Ubuntu. So in target machine, we have created Ansible admin user. And there's a default directory. So in this Ansible admin user directory, if we simply say ls, you won't find anything. But if you say ls-a, you should be able to see a directory called .ansible. So this is the folder which will get created whenever you execute any module. For the very first time when you execute any module, this folder will be created. And if you go to the directory, you can able to see there's a temp folder. And if you explore the temp folder, it is empty for now. Got it? It is the empty folder. So whenever you try to execute any module, when we execute any module, this module will get injected into the target machine in this path. If you want, I can increase this to 10 seconds so that I can able to see the difference. So I'll just make this task to run for 10 seconds. And meantime, I'll show you. Let's see here. Now it got created one folder. And if I get to the folder, I can able to see a file called Ansible _ command.py. So this is what the module. Now, if I say ls, it won't be available. If I go back, if I say ls and temp, it won't be available because the task got completed. It was executed for 10 seconds, and within 10 seconds, it completes the task and it deletes the file.
So this file name comes automatically. I mean, Ansible's
Yes.
.python.
So ultimately, it is a Python script. The module, whatever you are trying to execute in the target machine, this module will get executed as a Python script. That's what you can see here, right? Ansible z _ command.py. It's a Python script. So this huge Python script is responsible to run your module target machines. And this is something for its internal execution. Okay, we don't require this at any point of time. That is the reason it is automatically getting deleted once the process completes. See, process completed now. Now, if I say ls, it won't be available. That's it.
So all module will be executing using Python script only.
Yeah, that's right. See, Ansible tool itself was developed using Python. Okay, what are the commands you are running, right? Everything is executed as a Python script internally. it automatically converts that. For example, for this module, when you look into this module, you'll consider it as a shell command, right? It's a shell. And this echo command or sleep command, it's a module or it's a command that is part of a shell. But this entire shell module itself was created and executed as a Python script. Easy?
Okay, got it.
So like this, you can able to verify the flow of execution. So now we'll talk about another module here. So we have something called Ansible facts. The next topic in Ansible is about something on Ansible facts. So we have a module called setup module. So let me execute this module for you. Ansible sample node 1 -m setup. So the setup module is going to get me the complete information about the target servers. It is called as a Ansible fact. So the entire architecture, what type of server it is, okay, what is its IP address, what is the architecture. It includes your hardware as well as the OS related architecture details. Everything can be represented by using this thing. So it's a very important interview question also. What is Ansible facts? How can you pull the Ansible facts means by using this setup module? Okay. So in which situation will be using these commands means, this module means, let's say as an infrastructure administration process, I want to do some sort of inventory management, or I want to review the existing server. I'm planning for some upgrade. Consider I have test servers and I'm planning for upgrade. So if before I upgrade, first I have to diagnose the existing machine. What are the current configurations we have there? Everything I need to verify once. For that, I need to collect those details. Clear? Using Ansible setup module, we can able to collect the complete details about the target servers. And especially, right, very frequently what we do means sometimes the memory leakage issue would be there, or sometimes your server will be exhausted with a lot of memory because of memory usages. So all these things can be retrieved with the help of these things. It's a huge list actually. So somewhere you can able to see the mounts, Ansible mounts. So this Ansible mounts is going to get you the volume availability on the server. What is the available size and what is the block size, how much consumed, what is the availability now. Everything can be retrieved from here. Along with the architecture of your operating system. Like this is of OS family Debian. Got it? So if you're not interested in all these parameters, if you want to apply some filter means that's also possible. So we have a parameter argument called filter argument. Ansible sample node 1 -m setup, and I want to apply some filter based upon this parameter, Ansible mounts parameter. See, only the Ansible mount details will be available, volume details will be available here. So please keep this in mind. Whenever we talk about the Ansible facts, it is actually with the help of setup module. Like this, there are a lot of scenarios. Consider I have some files present in my controller machine. I have created some file in controller machine and I want to copy this file to a target machine. In real-time environment, it will be happening very frequently. Like if you want to copy some property files, or if you want to copy some, security files, or sometimes we'll be updating some patches, we'll be updating some CA certs, right? So all these things can be done through this Ansible itself. So just have a copy of that file in this controller machine, and using the copy module, we can simply copy those content. So copy module is used to transfer. If you want to transfer a file from Ansible controller to Ansible nodes, you can use copy module. So the syntax is something like this. So let me create one file here. So in my controller machine, I just create one file. And my requirement is I want to copy this file to my target machine. So what I can do means I can simply run a command, Ansible command, add a command using copy module. Ansible sample node 1, -m copy. -m copy means you're going to invoke copy module. And for this copy module, I'm just passing some arguments. Like we have src that is going to identify the source file. And the destination that is going to identify the target path. So I want to copy the file from a source machine to the target machine in this path. It's done. So in sample node 1, there is some changes happened, and the changes are nothing but the source file has been copied to the target path like this. So if you go to this target machine, and now if you say ls, you should be able to see the file. You see? Because these are some day-to-day activities, okay, we do in a real-time environment. And our more important point here is, let's say, even you can consider this a deployment activity. In the last module, during your deployment of your Jenkins slave machine to your QA server, what we did, how you perform deployment there? Can you recollect?
Copy the artifacts from slave node to QA server.
Using the publish ORSS plugin, we have performed deployment yesterday in Jenkins, right?
Yes.
So without publish ORSS plugin, if you want to achieve the deployment means you can able to use these methods. So you can able to consider your Jenkins slave and the QA server as a target to Ansible controller. And you can able to
So we need to install Ansible controller on slave node, right?
no, that use case is something different, okay? It's up to you whether you are installing in Ansible slave node or you are managing it separately. It's up to you.
Is this possible? Like we can transfer file from one node to another, like not on Ansible controller.
No, through Ansible controller only we can able to do that.
Okay.
Ansible controller acts as a mediator here. All right. I'll talk about scenarios, okay, in the coming session. Just try to understand the purpose of copy command. So whenever you copy any file to the target machine, it is also important to understand that without taking a backup, you're not supposed to copy, right? Let's say I have a file with this content. When I copy the file, if it is something related to my critical configuration property files or any other artifacts, and if I replace it, I'll be losing the actual version. Let's say in my controller machine, I can add one more content here. And if I run the command again, what will happen? What will happen? So this command will copy the file into the target machine. And in the target machine, if the file is already present, it will replace the file. That's what the basic property of copy. Right. Now, if you say cat file1, the content has been replaced. So this is, if it is a simple file, that's not an issue, but in real-time environment, we never use such simple files. Probably we'll be using on something like certificate files or the configuration files or the application properties and application artifacts. A lot of things are there. So once you lose the copy or a previous version, you can't get it back. So before copying the content, if you want to take a backup of it, you can use one tag called backup as yes. So this is the one you can able to add here. So I'll just show you once. Let's say, for example, let me create a new file, or I can add a new content here. something like this. Okay. And now I'm going to execute this parameter. Here I can say backup equal to yes. That's it. So during the copy activity, if you say backup equal to yes, means first we'll take a backup of this file and then it'll try to copy it. Right. So now if you see cat file, got it. So the latest content has been updated. What are things you have in your file? The latest changes are updated in the target machine. But it doesn't mean that you lost the data. If you say ls, the backup file is created here. So if you give cat to that file name, you should be able to see what is it. You should be able to see the previous content. So this is very much required. I was talking about the deployment, right? Assume that you copied the version 1 of your artifacts and during upgrade, you created a new version called v2. And when you try to simply copy, it will just replace the existing version. So now instead of doing that, what you can do is you can take a backup of the war file at any point of time. So this is about your copy module. Similarly, we have a module called fetch module. So what is the purpose of fetch module means? It is just to copy the changes from Ansible node to the Ansible controller, a reverse process. So that's a basic difference between copy and fetch. Copy will copy from controller to node, and fetch is used to copy the content from node to controller. Easy? Is it clear to all? Guys? So what you can do here for testing means you can create a file in a target machine. Like I just want to create a file. Let it be the same name. I'll go to this target machine. And here I can able to create a file like okay. So we have this file created in the target machine, this file. So I want to copy this to my controller machine. So from controller machine, you can run this command. So Ansible -m fetch. Ansible sample node 1 -m fetch. This fetch module is going to consider this as a source and this as a target. That is your controller machine as a target. So it has changed. And the file, whatever you have created in the target machine has been copied to this path under the DevOps home directory. Easy? So these are the methods we can able to use in your
I have one doubt. You said it will change it will reflect automatically in the server node. Slave node, right? Like, how can it possible? Like, if we change any file in another control, another VM, like how it will impact on this another one?
No, I'm not getting a point. Like what I said, it is automatically reflect means what you're talking about. Like
You just said if we made any changes in the controller machine, like it will change. It will automatically change in the another machine as well. Right?
no, what I mean is whenever we make any changes in the controller machine, you can able to use a copy module to copy the changes
Yeah,
to the
I
target
got
machine.
that. Yeah, I got it.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Only you told about if any file, if we copy with the same name, it will be updated as a new with new content, right?
yeah, that's right.
Okay, only for backup we have to use that backup is
Ah,
equal to y.
yes, that is for backup purpose. So before you copy the content, let's say, for example, in the last model you created some artifacts, right? Like what is it? MVN hello world dot war file, correct?
Yeah.
This is the artifacts we have created in the last module, remember?
Yes.
So now what I did, I just copied this to my target machine using this copy module.
Yeah.
So assume that this is meant for the very first code change. Developer has made some changes, and based upon changes, it has created the artifact. The artifact name will always be same, right?
Yes.
So when you copy this to the target machine, this very first version of this artifact will be copied to this path. When developer make any new changes, and if it perform the build again, the new copy of the war file will be created.
Yeah.
And when you copy it to the target machine here, by default, it replaces existing one.
Okay, by
Right?
default. Okay.
Yes. So by default, replace existing one. So it means the latest version will be reflecting there.
Yes.
Latest copy will be reflecting there. But due to some reason, if the latest copy is not working as expected, you need a backup version. What you will do? For that
So
only
that's why we create the backup.
proactively, you'll be using this backup option.
Okay.
So before I copy anything, just take a backup of the existing file and then copy it.
Perfect.
Got it?
Yeah.
Fine. So that is about your copy module and fetch module. It will be very much frequently used for the sake of deployments. Deployments, if you're directly deploying some artifacts, this will be well helpful. So
All will be same, only the source and destination will be changing.
will be changing.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. So how you can able to implement this in your application deployment? Like consider you have Jenkins slave machine, right? The artifacts, whatever we created is available in slave machine only, right? So no, yesterday we created artifacts, it's available in slave machine, correct? So now I want to copy these artifacts from the slave machine to QA server using Ansible. How can we achieve this?
We have to install the Ansible in master node, I mean slave node, and we have to install slave node in. I mean, we have to install controller in slave node. In
So if you
QA
have
server,
a 10 slave nodes, you'll be installing Ansible in all the 10 slave nodes.
yeah, we can't do that.
So how can you handle this? First of all, everyone, you understood the question, right? Guys, as part of our application build in Jenkins, yesterday we have created some artifacts in slave machine, and we have already deployed it to QA server using publish over SS plugin. But without publish over SS plugin, if I want to copy my artifacts to target machine means I can simply use this method. So in this case, the Jenkins slave and the QA server acts as a target to Ansible controller. Correct? So Ansible controller, for Ansible controller, these two things are the target nodes. So what you can do means using fetch module, you copy the content from Jenkins slave to Ansible controller. And then using copy module, you can copy the content from Ansible controller to QA server. Is it possible? Guys?
Yes.
So that is what the purpose of using fetch module and copy module. Fetch module is used to copy from the target machine to controller, and the copy is to copy content from controller to target. Easy. Maybe for a single application, you might find like it's a very tedious process to implement, because same thing I can achieve it with the publish OS plugin itself. Why should I configure these two things and all? It looks complicated for a single service, but in a real-time environment, there'll be hundreds of services involved. Each and every service has its own dependencies. So let's say I want to deploy a QA server, means this QA server itself will be dynamic in nature. The QA server is not a static server. It should be dynamically created, it should be dynamically configured, and it should get deployed. So in the case, using simple Ansible tool, we can achieve everything. Okay. So that is what the purpose of this copy and fetch module. So the next module, next thing is like this, how many modules we have in the list. What are modules we can able to consider means this is what the complete list of modules you can say. So you can able to use some commands like Ansible doc command. Ansible -doc-l. So this command will get you the complete list of modules. Whatever the modules you have in this Ansible version, you'll be getting a complete list of modules. It supports almost all the major service providers, cloud service providers, your VMware, and each and every resources from service provider can be configured with the help of this module. It's a very usual. See, it is getting a list of all the AWS related things and Azure related resources. You can able to get for GCP, Google Cloud Platform. Okay, a lot of things are so almost it covers all the target environments. So just give Control-C to come out of this command. Okay. So once the command is executed, all that you can do is you can able to verify the list, and the same list you can able to get it from your what is it called target server also. I mean from your web URL. If you want, I can give you the web reference for this. One minute, I'll get you the link. So let's say, for example, this is the link you can able to use. So hope you can able to see this link here. So there's a page. So list of all the modules. If you click on any specific module, you can able to get the details of that. It gives you a complete picture about what this module is all about, what are the possible arguments we can pass, what are the possible values for each and every argument. You'll be getting detailed documents here. So the module, whatever we used is copy. See? This is what the module we used for our case. So these are, we just use SRC and DST. Apart from this, there are a lot of arguments. So whenever required, you can just, whenever you find some time, just have a glance, and real time based upon the necessity, you can able to implement it. Not an issue. So same thing is available from your machine. So that's what I was showing you here. So like this, if you want to get the count of this, see, there are nearly 3,387 modules. From the whole list, I just applied some word count and I can able to see there are 3,387 modules available. And from here, if you want to know anything about a module, you can simply use this command, Ansible doc followed by the module name. Like if you are interested on copy module, just give a name of the module, Ansible-doc followed by the name. So what are things you are retrieving through your web browser? You can able to access it from your console. All right. So this is just for your reference. Any question? Guys, do you have any question? Please let me know. Fine. So this is what you should understand, okay? When it comes to Ansible, how to execute the ad hoc commands, what are the various options to use. So ultimately, you should know the list of modules. You should understand the purpose of the module. And whenever it is required, you can simply go ahead and execute it through your arguments if needed. That's it. So next we'll talk about the playbooks, Ansible playbooks. So whenever we use any series of execution, series of tasks, the series of tasks can be executed with the help of the Ansible playbook. And all the Ansible playbooks are written using YAML scripts. So YAML is basically a key value pair. Okay, hope you are aware of the YAML file format, guys. YAML files. Hello, am I audible to all, or is there any issue? Listening?
Like JSON.
So YAML means it is basically a key value pair content. Okay, and there are various formats of files. Like initially we were using XML format, XML file format. So using XML files, we can able to maintain the tags, right? And JSON will be having the key value pair, but JSON will be having some block of statements using open curly brackets and closing curly brackets. But when it comes to YAML, it will not have any opening or closing curly brackets, but instead it will be having some indentations. So with proper indentations, we can able to manage your YAML scripts. And if you want to work in playbook, the main objective of playbook is reusability.
Okay, it will be executing in a sequential order, right? It will be executing like line by line. From
Yes.
first.
So playbook. Execute the series of tasks. Is used to execute some series of tasks. And whenever we talk about this series of tasks, it's all considered as the modules. It means in our previous case, we have executed some modules like shell module, setup module, and all, copy module. So if you want to automate this activity, let's say I want to perform the application build. So for that, I need to use fetch module and copy module together. So I can't rely on my ad hoc command. So what I can do means I can create a simple playbook where I can able to have a fetch module and then copy module. And when I run the playbook, it will execute both the modules together. That is how it just, we're going to execute it. So whenever we're trying to execute some series of tasks, we'll be using your playbook. And another important thing is reusability. So reusability is one of the important capability of playbook. Okay, while writing a playbook, you should keep this point in mind. Because as far as automation is concerned, whatever you're going to automate, it should be reusable. The script should be reusable. Let's say, for example, today one of your application team is approaching you to create a build server, application build server. Okay, they want to configure application build server. So you'll be understanding their tools requirement, and through Ansible, you can able to automate it. Down the line, after few days, if any other team is coming for the same requirement, you should not create the script again. The script, whatever you created, it should be reusable. That is how you should code a pipeline. So in order to achieve this, we have a lot of capabilities, and the very important thing is your variables. I was talking about handling variables. Okay, this is very important. And also there is another concept called roles. Roles are used to organize, reuse, and share the Ansible components. Okay, that is very important. We'll talk about roles. It's a good topic. I'll talk about that separately. First, let's talk about the variables. Okay. Listen, please. So I have a quick example for you to work in the variables. So if you consider this example here, listen, please. So whenever we talk about the Ansible playbook should be created as a YAML file. Assume that I'm going to create a YAML file called debug.mod.yaml, and the playbook should be written with all the required parameters. So it should start with a host that is going to identify target machine. So target machine means the inventory file, whatever the group name you are given, you can mention the group name, or it can be your independence node name, or it can be your what do you call that? All parameter. So you can able to give all these values here. And the task definition. So within the task, you will invoke some module. As like shell module, we have a debug module, and this debug module is used to print some message to the console. It is something like in our shell scripting and all, we use something called echo command, right? What is the purpose of echo command here? Echo command is considered as the output statement, which is used to print some message to the terminal. Similarly, here we have a debug module for Ansible. Whenever you want to print any message to the console, you will be using your debug module. And this debug module has two arguments. Okay, so two arguments. One is MSG and another thing is VAR. So if you're using MSG argument means you can able to print the constant value as well as some variable information. So the constant value is this one. And variable information is this is a variable name. Ansible underscore distribution is a variable name. And within a YAML script, if you take any YAML script, it is a generic one. In any YAML script, if you want to handle the variables, that should be enclosed using 2 curly brackets, and everything should be enclosed within double quotes like this. So this is a notation you should understand. Okay, if it is a shell means you can simply say like dollar, prefix dollar, and display the value of a variable. But if it is a YAML script, you have to identify the variable name by using this notation. So please keep this point in mind. It is not just for playbooks, where even tomorrow you'll be writing some YAML scripts for any of your modules like Kubernetes or Docker, whatever it is. So everywhere you'll be using the same notation. And what about this Ansible distribution variable? It is nothing but a Ansible fact. So in the last module, I showed you, right, how we can able to retrieve system information. So we have something called system distribution, Ansible mounts, OS family, system, and all. So ultimately, using this debug module, I want to print these values. Correct. So to do this, let me create this manifest file. I'll do one thing. I'll create a separate folder here, playbook. So in this folder, I want to create a file called debugmod.yaml. Okay, debugmod.yaml. And I'll be sharing the scripts with you people. Okay, you can use the same for practice. So as per the coding standard, we'll just start the YAML file with 3-. It is not mandatory, but still as per the process we do. And also if you want, you can able to have some name for the play. Correct, it's possible. And then you need to specify the host. This is a mandatory key that is going to identify target machines. And the task that is going to have the task definitions. And then MSG that is going to have the messages. So MSG can able to print both the constant value as well as the variable. But instead of MSG, if you use var means you can able to print only the variables. You can't print this constant value. That matters. Any question?
If we give only variable name, I mean, with double quotes in message, what MSG
It will print. It
modules?
will print, not an issue. That's what I told you. Message MSG is used to print both constant values and then variables. But using variable, you can't print this constant message.
Okay.
All right.
Can we use echo over here to print the variables? I mean, rather than texting the message, sorry, type the variable value, Ansible underscore variables, or whatever the Ansible documentation, like Ansible distribution or system. Can we use echo command to print this message along with the value?
No. That is done through a shell module, not with debug module, right? And the shell module is just to print some user-defined messages. It is not to print the system variables. These are all some system components. I'll tell you now. So when I execute this thing, let me save this file. And you can see there is a manifest file created for my playbook. If you want to run the playbook, it's a very simple command, Ansible -playbook command, followed by the playbook name. So this command will simply execute your playbook. And without execution, if you just want to check for syntax error means you can use this parameter, syntax-check. Sorry. Syntax error. Got it. So -- syntax check, it is just to check for syntax errors. If there is no errors, it will simply return the file name. If there's any issue in this syntax, then it will throw some errors here. Because as far as YAML file is concerned, the indentation is very important. At least you should give the intention, like group of elements or categories based on intentions only. Matters. So now let's execute this Ansible playbook followed by the file name. See here. So this is my playbook. and this is a task definition. So in this playbook, how many tasks we define? How many tasks we are executing now?
4.
One,
Mm-hmm.
one
Task
task.
means it is equal to module. There is only one module you're going to execute. Correct. There is only one task for debug module. That's all. So when you execute this playbook, it is saying like the playbook has been started in this node, and the task whatever you have defined, it is under execution. The debug module task is executed on the sample node 1 and is trying to display the message. So OS distribution is Ubuntu, OS name is Linux, and OS family is Debian, and the mount point is the entire mount point whatever you have. It's all getting displayed. The actual task whatever I define is debug. But if you look into the playbook execution, just before debug tasks, it is running one more task called gathering facts. And finally, it is giving a summary as in the sample node 1, it has executed 2 tasks. And sample node 2 is not reachable or unreachable. Clear? But as per my definition, I have defined only one task, right? How it is executing 2 tasks here? So gathering facts means what? What does it mean, gathering facts?
The nodes, whatever the configuration used in the nodes.
Yes. So in a previous module, we discussed about the Ansible facts, correct? So how to get the Ansible facts here?
The distribution.
Which module is responsible to get the Ansible facts?
Debug.
Mm-hmm.
No, setup module.
Setup module, right? So whenever we execute any playbook, setup module will get executed by default. That's what you should consider here. It's a very important question. So out of 387 modules, setup module is a default module. Even if you are not invoking it, that module will get invoked first. As soon as the task starts, it will execute the sample module or a setup module, and then it collects all the information about the target machine in a separate server. That's what. So okay, sample node 1 is okay, but sample node 2 is unreachable. Can you see this? So in this, at the time of execution, it just collects all the information of that sample node 1 in a buffer temporary area. And when the debug module is picking up some data, it means it is not directly picking up from the sample node 1. It is picking up based upon the output of the sample setup module. So the value, whatever it is getting displayed, right? It is based upon setup module which got executed. Because the debug module cannot directly interact with target machine and pull the details. It will be done only with the help of setup module. So we need to be clear on execution perspective. Are you getting a point?
So in any of the YAML script, this, when we run it, this will be executed by default, right?
Yeah, that's right. So if you execute any playbook, first it will run the setup module and then only your modules will get executed. Easy? Is that clear to all? Guys, are we good with this or not?
Yeah, this I understood. If we perform the copy operation via this playbook, like how can we do?
That is different story. Okay, that is completely different. Now we are talking about the variables, handling variables. We'll be focusing at this level. So if you want to execute a copy module, means instead of debug, you'll be giving a name of module as copy, right? And instead of MSG, you'll be giving SRC. Like that, you can pass some arguments. You can implement that, no problem. Right. So this is about using default variables. So next thing is user defined variables. So what does user defined variable means? Like for example, I want to pass some inputs to my playbook. That matters. No, let's say I want to create a server or I want to configure a server. What are the parameters I need? I want to pass it at runtime. So how can we define some user defined variables and how to use it in the module means there are various methods available. So the very first method is just look into this example. Okay. So I'll go example step by step. Okay. Let's say just consider this example alone. I'm going to create one playbook. And in this playbook, I'm going to declare some variables. So the name of a playbook is test var datatypes.yaml file. And then the host, I'm going to access or execute this playbook in sample node 1. And whenever I want to declare any variables in the Ansible playbook, you'll be using this tag vars. Under vars, we are going to declare some variables. So x is for variable name, 23 is the value of a variable. Similarly, we can declare some value, key, and the value here under the vars tag. And once the variables are declared and assign the default values, under the task definition, you can invoke a module called debug module, and using MSG argument, you can able to print the value of that variable. It's just a small demo, okay, how to declare a variable, that's for the context here. And along with it, I just want to capture the data type of that variable. This is a simple Python command to capture the data type of this variable. Because usually in Python, what we do, we never use a variable with the data types and all, right? In Java programs or any other scripting languages related to Java, we use data type as integer and value, variable and the value. Something like int a equal to 5, something like this. So, but in Python or Ansible playbook, we no need to give this data type directly as in the identifier and the value. Based upon initial value, the data type of the variable will be decided. So this is the first method to declare a variable in your playbook. So let me show you this. So what we're trying to do here, we are trying to execute the playbook in the sample node 1, declare the variables using the VARS key. It's a keyword actually. And then using task module, debug module, I'm going to print the messages. Simple. Save this file and let me run this Ansible playbook followed by the file name. See? Here it is trying to invoke the very first module called setup module for gathering facts. Though it is not required for my task, it is performing the activity. If you want, you can bypass it. That's possible. For this particular requirement, if you don't want to collect any information from the target machines, you can simply bypass this task. I'll show you how to do that. And in this debug module, we are trying to print the value of that variables, whatever declared here. So this is how we'll be handling the variables in playbook. This is the very first method. And if you look into this issue here, the problem is whenever I execute the playbook, it is going to return the same value because I have hard-coded the value in the program itself. Correct. I have just hard-coded the values in the script. Then how it can be reusable? As of now, there is no capability to pass the value at runtime. It is just a static value which are hard-coded in the program. So these kind of variables are used for the internal computations. Like if you want to maintain some temporary variables or values within the script, you can able to use VARS key and declare the variables. But if you want to actually receive the data from the external program or from as a runtime input, you can able to follow the second method. The second method is by using the variable file. So if you want to compare the differences here. So in my previous playbook, I use a VARS key to declare the variable. But here in this playbook, I'm going to use VARS_files to identify the input file name. So all that I should do is, first I should create a variable file. It's a separate file. It is not part of a playbook. Even it can be in different directory also. So just create a file and maintain all the required variables with the actual values. And then while creating a playbook, using VARS_files key, identify the file name. What are the files you want to use? Just identify file name here. So now when you trigger this playbook, it will first get into this folder, get the file and capture all these values and populate into this playbook and use it during the task definition or execution. Can you able to understand difference here?
Yes.
One doubt. Here we are executing the type of the file, right? Type of the variable, right? Usually we used to type underscore like the variable name, but we are using some module name. Is that the
Yes. Oh, it is not about your variable actually. In Python, that is how it is interpreted. Like variable name, you're passing it here, right? Got it.
yeah?
It is a simple Python command to get the data type or return type.
Yeah, type I know, like type. Yeah, in type I know, but we are passing the variable name, but we are passing here the module
Yeah,
name.
using this module type_module only, we can able to capture the return type of this variable.
Okay, if we give x in the place of type debug, it will not work, right?
It
Okay.
won't work. Yeah. So point here is you should understand how the variables are declared. Whether you declared it directly in the playbook or you're declaring it in the separate file and passing it to the playbook. That matters. So if you want, I can quickly create a folder here for these variables. I can use the same file name. And we can keep all the content. So this content also should be as like your YAML file format. Just keep all the file variables as it is. And then you can create a playbook. So once the variable file is ready, you can simply create the script, playbook script that is going to invoke your variable file and process the data. So this approach is considered as one of the best practices of handling the variables. Why? Because in a critical infrastructure, we'll be handling n number of resources. There'll be n number of target servers. And each and every target server needs its own parameters, its own input arguments, everything. So I can't hard code everything in a playbook, because a playbook, I can't reuse it if I hard code it. So what I can do means I can segregate the variable alone in a separate file. And this file, right, as of now, I just created in my Ansible controller machine. But in real time, for the best practice, what we do means this file will be managed in your source code repository, like a GitHub repository. So from the GitHub repository itself, you can able to handle the content. And whenever you maintain the variables in the GitHub repository, it will be giving you a capability to version control it. Like this is the latest version, you can able to pull it from GitHub repository. If anything goes wrong, you can able to quickly revert the changes. So everything is possible. So as a best practice, all the input variables or the files or whatever you need, it should be version controlled. So before you run this playbook, you have to clone this repository, and it will automatically download the file into your local controller machine, and using that you can able to run your playbook. Hope you can understand this thing, right? So that even in real time, it will be having a single point of control, like who made the changes, what are the changes they made, everything can be easily tracked if you maintain it in a GitHub repository. Any question? Guys? Am I clear with these things? This is the second way or second method to handle the variables. Yeah. What's the question? Sorry.
No, yes. We clear this topic.
Okay. Okay. So now I'll give you one example. Okay. Let's talk about one example, one more example here. So I'm going to give you one playbook for you. Just let me know what this playbook is I'm going to achieve here in this playbook. I'll just show you one playbook. Just let me know once you, by looking at the playbook, just let me know what you can understand from here. Yeah. So this is a playbook. So can you please tell me how many modules we are going to run here first?
One task only, right?
We run only one module here, yum module.
So yum is the only module that you're going to execute here. And what is the purpose of this module means? It is just to manage your packages. So if your target machine is of type CentOS or RHEL, we can able to use yum module. If your target machine is of type Ubuntu or Debian means, you can use APT module. If it is latest version of Fedora, you can use DNF module. Like that, the module, whatever you can see here, it is just going to reflect the package management activity. So in this case, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to execute this playbook in sample node 1, and I'm not interested in collecting the facts, the default gathering facts I don't want to do. So I can simply say gather facts as false. If you're not using this parameter, it will execute the task gathering facts required. So if you want to bypass, you can able to use this key and bypass it. And whenever you use your package manager related modules like yum module or APT or DNF, you need to use a parameter called become equal to yes. Why? Because as you all know, whenever we try to run any packages, it should be run as a root user. So if you want to run this package manager as a root user, you need to give become as yes. If you're not using this keyword, then it will throw an authentication error. And now under the task definition, I'm going to give a name of a task. Name of a task is manage git tool. And using yum module, I'm going to identify the name of the tool which I want to install, and then the state is present. So main objective is I want to install git in this node. That's all. That's my requirement. Ultimately, my requirement is to install Git in this module, in this particular machine. So for that, we'll be using the yum package manager related module. And whenever we talk about the package related modules like yum or a service, whatever it is, it'll be having two arguments by default. One is the name that is going to identify the name of a tool, and the state that is going to identify the status of the tool. So for the state value, state key, there are three different values. It can be present, absent, or latest. So present means if your intention is to install any tool, you can use present. If you want to uninstall, you will be using as absent. And for if you want to upgrade to latest version, you can use latest. So these are three possible values for the state key. So if you compare it with your Linux environment, if you want to install any package, what you do, you just simply say yum install git, right? This is what we do now. Similarly, if you want to update, you can simply say update.
We'll be using APT, right?
No, I'm just saying for example. Okay.
Okay.
So if it is like a deletion or removal means you can simply say yum remove git, correct? This can be yum or apt or DNF. It can be anything as per choice, as based upon distribution.
APT only for Ubuntu.
APT is meant for Ubuntu machines.
Yeah. And yum for Red Hat, right?
Yeah, RHEL or CentOS related things. And DNF is for Fedora. So now the point is, if you're working or if you're using this package manager directly on your machine, you'll be using a command like install, update, or remove to achieve this task. But if the same thing, if you want to achieve it through Ansible means, we can't directly use a command called install for installation. If you want to install, you'll be giving present. So this looks odd actually, well, to understand the thing. But point here is, using Ansible, we are not trying to install anything. Got it? We are not instructing Ansible to install a tool here. Instead, what you're doing is, end of the execution of this playbook, ensure that the Git is present in the machine. That's all. What we are giving instruction means, end of the execution, please ensure that the Git is present in this machine. So what it means, if Git is already present, it won't do any action. It is already available. So it won't do any action there. If Git is not available, then it will install. That's what it means. Can you able to understand the difference here? Similarly, if you say absent means, you are just instructing Ansible to ensure that the Git is not present. That's all. If it is already present, it will go and uninstall it. If it is not present, then it won't do any action. Because these are all things that will simplify the coding actually. Same process when we are using a shell script, right? We have to do a lot of validation. If I simply say, let's say, for example, if you execute this command, remove command, like in your Linux machine, if you simply say apt remove git, what will happen? What will happen if the git is already removed? If git is not present, what will happen? It will throw some error, right? The command execution fails, right? Because git is not present, and on top of it, you're running a command remove command means the command execution fails, stating that git is not present in the machine. Similarly, if git is already installed, and if you simply say git install means, again, it will fail the command and say that git is already installed in the machine. So in order to overcome that, if you're using a simple shell script, you have to do a lot of validations. So to nullify all those validations, we can simply use a state key that is going to simplify the overall process. So that is why your IAC tool is very easy when compared to shell scripting. Are you getting a point here, guys?
Yes, and if Git is let's say you define the state as present and Git is not installed, so where would it take that execution for installation? I mean, automatically?
Yeah, it will automatically install this module. Yum module will be injected in the target machine and it will install Git in the target machine.
Okay.
And the status will be like yes, changed or not changed. So if you look into this process here, you can see the summary of execution. Whenever you execute any playbook, you get the summary of execution here. In which node it got executed and how many tasks it got executed. So here in this node, it has executed 2 tasks. That's what OKS2. And because of this playbook, is there any changes happened in the target machine? Means no, because we're just simply displaying message. This has not created any change on the target machine. Similarly, it is there is nothing unreachable or failed or skipped or rescued or ignored. Nothing happened. Everything is normal.
Okay, if we did the same as you said before, like if you take remove command, if it is already removed, if we did 2 times, like here
It
changes
won't
will be
change
0, right?
Zero.
Okay.
That's what the point here. Got it. So now let me create a file. PI like ins dot yaml. Okay. And here in our case it is apt. Got it. I'll do one thing. If you want, I can you can try without become key also. If you're not using become key means it will fail the playbook execution. Save this file and I can create one more thing for you. Let me remove this become and we'll show you the reference. So I never use become key and let me execute this. So when I execute this, can you able to see the execution failed? Ansible facts, whatever we are trying to execute, everything failed because permission denied. Got it? So for that purpose only, we use something called become s. So in this script, so when I execute this script here for install 1, it should get through the things. See here, it has executed this playbook. It has executed the playbook and I can able to see it is executed on sample node 1. It has executed only one task called manage git tool. Because we are given gather facts is false here. That's the reason it is executing only one task. And here also there's no change because as you know, in the latest version of Ubuntu, Git is already present, right? So it is not doing any changes. So if you want, you can able to say like, so earlier I was trying to install, now I am trying to uninstall. So I can say absent. And previously it was saying change 0. Now if I execute this, I expect this should uninstall Git. See here, the latest section says changed 1. It has uninstalled Git here. So that is what. So point you need to understand here is whenever we try to make any sort of changes, let's say this is my actual playbook. This is meant for installing Git. And whenever I execute this playbook, it will try to install Git, right? It won't do any other action. If I want to uninstall, I have to manually go and modify the parameter. And also this playbook is meant only for my Git tool. I can't use any other tool for using this playbook. Then how can I say that the playbook can be reusable? Are you understanding the scenario here? Ultimately, we use playbook for reusability, but point is this playbook is just for Git tool, and that too for installation purpose. Then how we can able to reuse it?
We can use as a variable as a runtime. For name, we can enter any tool while running. If we go for any, it is default we are declared here. We can use that runtime variables, which is user input variable. Like
So
we'll
if
ask
you look
while
into this
executing.
example here, so if you look into this example here, can you please tell me what you can able to understand this? This is another playbook which I have written. So by looking at this playbook, can you able to figure out how many variables we have here?
We have tool name
3.
and state and host name. So 3.
So we have declared 3 variables: host name, tool name, and then tool state. And by looking at this playbook, can you able to tell me in which node we are going to run this?
No, we have to define
No.
it. I mean, host name is there, but
And
which node is not
we are not,
specific.
we can't decide, we can't tell in which tool you're going to work, which tool you're going to install, and we can't say which action you're going to perform, whether you're going to install or uninstall. So everything is parameterized here, correct? So this is how we just code our playbook. And once a playbook is ready, if you want to execute this playbook, while running a playbook, you're able to pass some parameters as a runtime input. So something like this. So while running a playbook, just use a very playbook name and use a tag -e. -e is used to pass some external variables or external values to the playbook. Just to pass some extra values to a playbook, you'll be using -e. And within double quotes, you can pass all the required variables. So here the host name equal to sample node 1. And the tool name is Git. And the tool state is present. So whenever you try to pass any argument, it should be maintained within double quotes. And there should not be any spaces between the key and its value. Key equal to value. And there should be at least one character space between the variables. Correct. So this is how you should code your arguments while executing playbook. Can you able to understand the differences now? So this is the way you'll be passing the values at runtime. This is the third method. If you want, I can execute this once. So here it is not just about your file name, right? You need to pass the arguments here. So install2 is the file name which I've created, and extra values whatever I can able to give here. So in my last execution, I just uninstalled Git. Now I want to give present. So Ansible playbook, execute the playbook using these arguments. So when I trigger this, it will try to run the playbook and get into the stages at each and every level, whether you want to manage or not. See here, it is running this task. I think I never bypass that fact collection. I never say in my previous example, I bypassed it, but here it is not. So that's why it is collecting the task here. And then it is automatically replacing the variable manage git service. The tool name is git. Similarly, the host name is sample node 1.
Yeah, we can give at any place, right? Host name in the last and
Possible, you can give.
okay.
And then the task, whatever we are given is present. So it has installed git here. That's why changes 1. So now if I want to uninstall, I no need to go and modify the playbook. Simply while running this, I can change the parameter. And I can able to change any of these values. Like if I want to do it in my node 2, or if I want to install any other tool, I can change the tool name. Everything is possible here. So ultimately, we are learning about handling variables in Ansible. So let's say in this case, what are the things we have covered so far in handling variables means? Let me put it in your document. I'll be sharing 2 different documents, okay, for your practice, and then where is it? So user defined variables means it can be hard coded in the playbook. So how to hard code the value? Using VARS key. And second method of handling variable is by using external variable file. And that can be using VARS underscore files. And the third option is by using extra values. Using -e. So by parameterizing. So it's a very important scenario, guys. Please keep all these points in mind. And mostly, like very frequently, what we do means we'll be using this approach. Because if you're using this approach, the third approach means it's very user friendly. I agree that it's very user friendly, but point is you will not have any track of changes. Who made what changes? We don't have any clue about it. We can simply run it at runtime. But if you handle the variables in a file, and if the file is present in GitHub repository, you'll be having a track of changes that matters. So clear. So the second method is a very highly recommended approach while working in your CM, that is configuration management system. Clear. So this is about handling variables. So apart from it, there are a lot of things like registers, handlers, loops. These are some topics we are going to cover. And what else? Your roles. That is also another important topic. So these are topics we're going to cover as part of Ansible. And then we'll be focusing on infrastructure provisioning. So any questions till now? Any questions here? Guys? Okay. All right. So why is so silent? What happened? Why people are getting disconnected? Any issue? Network problem? What?
Because of Sunday,
Eh?
maybe.
Guys, if you want, you can have some break and come back, okay? Don't log off fast like that. Want to have some break? Just have a quick break and refresh to come back, no problem.
Yep.
Okay. Because of Sunday, yeah. Okay, how much time you need? All right. Granted.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, please. Refresh yourself and come back. We'll talk about the remaining topics. And then we'll take you to the Terraform fundamentals. Yeah, guys, shall we continue now or? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the next thing is about register and set facts. Okay, like how we can able to use register. Whenever we try to pull something from the database server or any other external servers. So let's consider this example. So in this case, we have something called host that is going to identify the target machine. And I just simply disable this gather facts false. And the task definition, I'm going to invoke a module called shell module. Okay, shell module, it is going to retrieve. What is the purpose of shell module? The module will get executed in the target machine. And using shell module, we can able to run any shell commands or bash there. Like even last time we discussed about sleep command, sleep for 20 seconds, and then echo command we issued. Like that, using shell module, we can able to run any commands in the target machine. So it is just a very basic shell command, right? Like if I say, like in this target machine, if I simply say bash version, I should get a response. This is what the command I want to run in my target machine just to capture the bash version. So same thing if I run it through my playbook here. So it is getting executed. So it has made some execution there in the target machine, but I'm not getting a response. The response, whatever I was expecting, it has to get printed in the console output, right? But it is not printing it. But I can see that it has executed that function in the target machine. Now, how to capture the value? And first of all, why this value is not getting captured? It is because whenever you want to print any message to the terminal, that can be done with the help of debug module. So using debug module only, we can print any message to the terminal. And apart from the debug module, if you try to execute any other module, that just executes and you can't see the output in the console, but the process might have done on the target machine. Got it? So in order to capture the output, we use something called register. So it is something like we are going to execute a module, and what are the results the module is going to generate, that will get registered into a variable, and that variable will be displayed using debug module. So that is what the process here. So if you look into this example, so I'm going to execute shell module. This shell module is going to generate some output, and that output will be captured using the register, using this variable. Got it? So register means it is always associated to the module. What is the outcome of the module? It just prints it. It just registers it. Once registration is completed, then using the debug module, we can print that variable. Bash underscore vr is a variable which is holding the outcome of this shell command that can be displayed using the debug module.
So that variable is key specific, or we can give any name?
It can be anything like that.
Okay.
So now I can able to see the bash version, whatever we have there. So ultimately processes, normally we use in any scripting language, right? Like if you want to do some sort of computation, if you want to capture output of that variable, a different variable or value, let's say I have something called a equal to 5 or a equal to 5, something like that. So if I say C equals to A plus B means what it actually happening?
Will add the value of B and B, it will store in the C variable.
So ultimately, we are registering the summation of A and B into C. It is a process of registering the output of this summation into C. That is what we are doing here also. Output of this shell module are getting registered in this particular variable and is getting displayed here. Easy?
Okay, not only the bash version, anything, any output.
Anything as per choice, yeah.
Okay, and again, VAR is there, right? What does that mean? Like, is that predefined or we can give anything?
No, I told you, right? Your debug module has two arguments.
Oh, yeah, okay, so
That's
MSU
A
and
and
VAR.
VAR. Yeah, variable is just to print the variable value. That's it. So that is about your register and set facts. And apart from register and set fact, there is another important concept you should know is about the handlers. So listen, please. There's just a small example here. So if you look into this example, I'm going to execute some modules. Before that, if you want, I can put it in a different manner for your reference. Okay. Let me remove this for now. Okay. So now, if we can see here, this particular playbook is having two modules. One is a YUM module and I think a service module. So it can be APT also for our level. So what the APT module is going to means it is going to manage this package, whether to install, uninstall, or upgrade to latest version. Similarly, the service module is used to manage the package when it comes to the availability. Like if you want to start any service, stop or restart. So these are the possible values for the state key for the service module. It can be started, stopped, or restart. So started means, let's say this HTTP is a service. Similarly, you can have Nginx or Tomcat or Jenkins, whatever it is. So if you want to start, stop, or restart any service, you can use a service module. So service module will be having a name tag that is going to identify the name of a service, and the state parameter can have these three possible values. So if a service is already up and running, it won't do any action. If it is in stop state, it just starts it. That's what. So ensure that service is started or it is stopped or restart. Normally in Linux, we use the systemctl command, right? Systemctl start. Remember, the same activity is done through the service module. But in this case, if you look into this playbook, I am trying to install the service first. First, the service installation, product installation should be done. And then this service has to be started. So this, when you submit this process will get executed in sequential manner, series of commands, right? So consider a scenario, this particular module, it failed. Due to some reason, this module got failed. So what we'll do?
Yeah, the second one also will fail. If
Yes, it will execute and then it will fail, correct? Automatically, the control will go to this module. It will execute the module, and since the installation is not successful, it won't even execute this also. Successfully execute this also. So in this case, the service module, whatever we're going to invoke, it is depends upon the execution of the previous module, correct? So like this, whenever the modules are depends upon each other, whenever the task definition, whatever you give, if it is depends upon previous task, you can able to control the flow of execution by using handlers here. So handlers also, it's a task. What are task you're going to use? The same task will be defined under the handler with a proper handler name. But the point is, this handler will get invoked only if you notify. Like for example, in this particular task, I have installed HTTP service. Once the installation is successful, then it will automatically notify this handler. If the installation has not happened or if there's any issue in that step, it won't invoke this handler step. Clear? Are you following this? Able to understand the flow?
Yes.
So as far as playbook is concerned, right, we'll be running with multiple services. While talking about the roles, I'll tell you. Like even if you want to talk about any, I think already you must have done some installation on a Tomcat service, right? So if you want to set up a Tomcat server, what are things required? What are steps involved?
Need to install Java and then
Yes. So first we have to start with the installation of JDK. The first module should install JDK. Second module should install Tomcat. And then the third module should start the Tomcat service, right?
Yes.
So like these three tasks are involved. If my JDK task installation is not successful, then I no need to go with the Tomcat installation step. Like this, we can able to control the flow of execution by using these handlers. These are some real-time scenarios. Okay.
These handlers would get executed in any of the state of the service, right?
Yeah.
Whether we want to stop it or restart it.
Yeah, anything. State value can be anything as per choice.
Okay.
It will be invoked based upon name. If you look into this example, we have the name of the handler. This name is being notified here.
Sai, one question. Suppose if particular task, if we specify state as present, okay, and that software is already present, already there in that system, so that scenario will be treated as a success one, right? Even though we are not installing that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And send for absent.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Can you add one more step for like M part is there, right? Can you add one more thing? Like if we have three steps, how can?
Yeah, it's possible. If you want, I can.
Just I'm asking to show like if like we have to install another tool.
Let's
How?
say for example here, this is meant for HTTP, right? Similarly, what I can do, I can have one more task definition. Like this. So assume that this is to install my Nginx. And Nginx. So what we tend to here, we have two tasks to be executed in this playbook, and each task has its own notify key. And this notify is having this start Nginx. So I can have one more task under the handler. Clear?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So like this, we can able to add all the dependencies, especially while working on database configurations. All right, it will be very tedious because setting up a database server is involves a lot of process. You have to take care of the prerequisites and the post installation activities and the database creation, database user ID creations. A lot of things are involved. So whenever the team is approaching for database server configuration, we have to take care of a lot of steps. So everything can be controlled with the help of your handlers here. And similarly, there is another interesting thing called loops. We have a concept called loops. It means consider this particular playbook and tell me what you're trying to achieve here. We have three modules, right? I mean, three tools has to be installed. And all these things will be installed based upon the same module, like YAM module or APT, whatever it is. So if you want to install nearly 100 tools means you can't add that many task definitions, which will definitely decrease the performance of your playbook. It consumes a lot of time. So there is a huge difference in running multiple tasks and achieving all those things in the same task. So whenever you're trying to execute such installation process, instead of instead of creating this with multiple modules, what you can do means you can introduce some loops here. So if you look into this example, I have a task definition and I'm going to use a module called yum module, and the name of the tool which I'm going to install is listed under the loop. Got it? Name of the tool is listed under the loop, and the values whatever you want you can able to add it here like this, and this will be identified with the help of item. So item is a keyword through which we can able to identify all these elements one after the other. So how many elements you have coded in the loop, that many times this module get executed, but it is a single execution process. So if you want, we can quickly I can show this once. It should be apt for our level. Okay, let's save this file. So it is picking up the changes for execution, and it is trying to process it. But the point here is it has created three different services. Okay, like three different modules has been executed. So instead of that, what we can do means we can simply execute only one module as like this. So instead of running as a three different tasks, I can simply have only one module. With the module, I can able to install all these services. That's possible. So instead of HTTP, you can able to use any other services like Nginx or Tomcat or whatever you want.
So this item is predefined, or we can mention on?
No, it's a keyword. Item is a keyword.
Okay.
If you're concerned about your Python scripting, right? In Python scripting, we have that list dictionary.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
So it is something based upon that. So this is the way we'll be using our loops here. And yeah, so let me get this done.
Hey, Loksai, one request. All of us are like our voice is going very low. We are not able to hear.
Really? What's the problem? Like,
Yeah,
is it better now
I don't
or
know. It's an issue with mic or this one, but sometimes it's going very low and sometimes it's okay, audible. Can you please check once, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah, I'll check that. I don't find anything here. I can see, but
Now also it's coming low. Mostly it's a distance with the mic or something like that. I don't know.
okay.
But when this Mithul and others are talking, like it's very audible.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's better right now. It's fine, right?
Perfect. Yes, perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So hope you can able to follow this example. So earlier when we tried to execute, it was executing for each and every module. So now it is having only one module called APT. And just with this module, it can able to install both the tools or uninstall both the tools. The tool is already installed, so it is saying changes 0. If I modify the value, and if I say present, like this. So my intention is I have 2 items to install, but I want to execute as a single task. So let me save this and run this here. So now it is processing the first task and now it is completed. So one task has been executed completely. That is how it should be able to consider the process. So because that is what, right? Even in real time, we'll be handling hundreds of tasks, hundreds of tools. So each and every tool, for each and every tool, I no need to define the task definition. Matters. And another important thing is the list, whatever you're using here, the list it can be procured from any other file also. Like using some looping also, we can able to generate it, or you can able to get it from the file system. Normally, it will be in the form of key value pair. Like we'll be having a dedicated file for managing it. You can able to handle it from there also. So the next thing is about the roles. So roles are nothing but process based. Okay, like whenever we talk about Ansible, the Ansible components, what are things we have seen so far? Like it can be Ansible playbook or Ansible handlers, loops, and task, whatever you created in the playbook. All these things are considered as the Ansible components. So as like that, we never create any Ansible components. Okay, it has to be properly structured in the form of folders. And the main purpose of using Ansible role is to perform some reusable components or execute some reusable components. So I'll give you one real-time scenario here. Consider I have one requirement from my infra team to create a server for database. And also we have to configure database servers into that. So in order to do that, what I'll do, I'll write some playbook. That playbook will be having some task that will take care of prerequisites, installation, database creation, everything. And once I'm done with the work, what are things I've created is successfully executed, right? The playbook is with me. So tomorrow, if I want to share it with other users, I can able to create a role and share it with them. So role means the components, whatever we have created, it will be stored in the form of a repository, a folder structure. And the structure can able to include any component like playbooks, handlers, and everything. So if you want, I can quickly give you one workflow for this. Just consider this example. Consider this example here. Assume that I want to do some MySQL Server database configuration, or I want to do some Nginx server configuration. So whenever we try to configure any tool for any particular server, we have to take care of all these 4 important pointers. On CMS perspective, configuration management perspective, we have to take care of these 4 components. First thing is installing all the prerequisites. Whenever you install any tool, first you should identify if there is any prerequisites or not. That prerequisite has to be fulfilled. Once the prerequisites are installed, then only you can able to install the actual package, MySQL package. And once the MySQL package is installed, then you have to do some post-installation activities, like configuring MySQL server with the required port numbers, URLs, and access everything. And then we'll be configuring our database and the users. Because only if you create a database, end user can able to access it. So in configuring MySQL means not just about installing the SQL server, we have to configure all these things. It's a dependency. So all these things I can consider as a task, right? So if you consider this playbook, I have a name of a playbook as install and configure MySQL, and I want to execute this task in this database server. It's a group name, assume it. It is an inventory file content. And the task definition is having some modules. Like yum module is used to install the prerequisites package. And another yum module is used to install the MySQL package. And the service module is going to start that MySQL service, whatever we have installed here. And once it is started, again, I'm going to use MySQL DB module to create database. MySQL DB is a module used to create some databases or delete or upgrade it. So whatever it is, we can able to perform in the form of task here. So point here is, today we have just created this playbook and is successfully executed. Down the line, after 1 month or 2 months, I'm getting such same requirement from different team. Can I able to reuse this or not?
Yes.
So if yes, what are the parameters I need to modify here?
Only the server name.
So only the server name is a very important key that has to be, because altogether I'm going to do it on a different server. Database name can be same, that's not an issue. It's a generic one, I can do it anything. But the server name is something I have to change, right?
Yes.
So in this playbook, only the server name is the only entity that has to be modified at runtime. All other things are a static content. So now, in order to ensure reusability of this playbook, what are the content that you want to maintain? This task definition will never change, right? This one. So what I'm going to means, I'm not going to hard code this task definition in my playbook. Instead, I'll be maintaining a different structure or file system. So it will be something like this. So in this case, if we noticed, I'm going to create a playbook, and in that playbook, I have a host name details, whatever I have, and I'll be defining a roles here for the role name. So what the role is, it is just a organization of your Ansible component. So now I just segregated this task definition into a separate role. In a separate folder, in a separate file, I just given the task definition. And while defining a task, this is the name of a role. That role can be invoked in my playbook, something like this. So it is not just about the task. A role can be defined for any levels. Let's say, for example, I have created a role with this particular name, that is MySQL role. So this role can composed of n number of Ansible components, like task definitions, variables, handlers, defaults, templates, a lot of things are there. Even if you look into my examples also here, I have created a playbook folder. And also I have created a variable folder, if you noticed. Right? So what is the purpose of creating a variable folder? Why can't I keep this variable file in the same playbook folder? Or why I create a playbook folder? Why can't I keep all my playbooks under the root directory itself? This is what the process of organizing the components. Whenever we talk about any Ansible component, it has to be properly organized in its own folder structure. Then only it will be easy for anyone to reuse it or share it with others. Any Ansible component should have its own folder structure. But to maintain the folder structure, I can't go and create of my own. Let's say I have 5 members in my team, means I can't allow everyone to create their own folders, because they will give their own name and it won't have any uniformity. So all that I need is, I need a tool that should automatically organize my components. And with that component organization, I can able to maintain any type of Ansible components. It can be task definitions or variables or handlers. So for that only we use a concept called role. So let me show you one example here. Ansible here, right? So now I'm going to give a command. Ansible Galaxy command. Init followed by the role name. Let it be my test role. I just want to initialize a test role. If I execute this command, you can see a test role has been created successfully. And if I say ls, I can able to see a test role 0 has been created. The directory has been created. Now, if I go to the directory, I can able to see the folders. It's all created automatically. If you want to see the content of the folder, it's not found. Okay. One second, let me install this so that it'll be easy for you to visualize it. Okay. I think I'm as a root user, right? Okay. I just want to show you the tree view of that structure, nothing else. Or in the meantime, I can able to take it from here also. So let's say I just create a role by using this command, like Ansible -galaxy init followed by the role name. So once you give this command, the folder structure will be created. So this is the role name, and within that folder, it will be having some subfolders. The subfolders are meant for each and every component. And if you want to create any variable file, you can able to create it in this directory. Similarly, if you want to create any task definition, you can able to create under this directory. Okay. So the task definition, whatever we have here, it should be part of this task folder. Similarly, the variables, whatever you want, you can able to keep it in the variable folder. Like this, for each and every component, we're just trying to organize it. So only if you properly organize your components, it can be reusable. And tomorrow, if you want to share it with other users, you can simply push it to the remote repository, source code repository. So in the source code repository, this content will be there, and anyone who wants to use it, they can clone that repository's local machine and start using it. So at any enterprise level, for maintaining your Ansible roles itself, they'll be having a separate repository created, and it is meant for your teams to access it internally. Normally, even we recommend, whenever I find a person who wants to do some task on this, we never recommend the person to directly start writing a playbook, because we were doing this for many years. Definitely the requirement is almost a repeated task only, nothing else. The configuration, because only the team varies, right? There'll be a number of teams involved in the process. So only the team varies, but the underlying process task, everything is same. So let's say if I get a requirement to configure this MySQL server, means first I never ask the member to directly start the playbook creation. I will give them the repository URL, and they can able to get that role from that URL. And they can able to verify the content. If it is okay, means they can able to simply reuse it. That is how we can quickly provision and configure the resources. Okay, do not start from the scratch. That is the main agenda of this playbook. Reusability, that matters. So create the definition in the task folder, and you can able to invoke it in your playbook in this manner, just by giving the role name. So automatically, what are the definitions you have created? It will be populated to your playbook and it get executed.
So inside that folder, like what file name we have to specify, or any file name we can give?
File name, it can be anything. Inside each and every folder, by default, creates a main.yaml file.
Okay.
Got it. If you want, I can show from this installation path. I think it is installing now. I just update the package and I can able to get the tree tool getting installed. Okay. So see, when you use tree command, you can able to see the list of components. Like we have a default directory, folder name is default, files, handlers, meta. All these things are directories. Within the directory, it has a default file called main.yaml. And it's just a template. Okay, that file will not have any content. It is just a template. So let's say task ls main.yaml is there. If you cat that file, you can see only the beginning of a line. That's all. You can able to create something, some content there as per this workflow. So this what? So go to the main.yaml file of the task folder and simply copy paste the content of the task water you're going to maintain in your playbook and save it. Once it is saved, you can create a new playbook, and in that playbook, use a key called role and use the name of the role. So whatever the definitions you're given for this task, it get populated to your playbook and you get executed. So now ultimately the playbook structure looks like this. That's all. It will be having the host name and the role name. So while running this playbook, even if I want, I can parameterize this. I can able to assign some variable host name here. And I can able to assign the host variable for this particular role also. So using -e extra parameters, I can able to pass some arguments for these two values. So now it is completely a generic one. Can you able to understand this scenario now? So ultimately in your Ansible controller, you'll be having this playbook. But all the components, everything, it will not be in your local machine. It will be in a shared repository where anyone can able to share or reuse. Easy?
So in that folder, there is a main.yaml file, right? Is this the standard way to add our code in that main file, or we need to rename that file?
As per the standard, the main.yaml is considered as a calling module.
Okay. So if we change that file name, then we have to while calling that uh, file, we need to specify something else.
Yes, we have to. We have to. So one more thing here, like this Ansible, right? Whatever we are saying here, it is having a huge community support. Okay. So let's say there is something called Ansible Galaxy. Let me start that. Ansible Galaxy. Galaxy.ansible.com. Okay. So this is a global community where most of the users logged in and they can able to share their work, everything. So if you get in the roles here, you can able to filter by its tag, or it can be filter by its keyword. Tag means it can be anything based Guys, am I audible or what's the problem?
Yes, now it is. Yeah, now you are back. Okay.
All of a sudden got connected now. Disconnect here. So you guys rejoined or what?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we didn't rejoin. All of a sudden got disconnected. And
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to show you this galaxy here. Okay, so if you look into this, these are the global community users, okay, who can continuously post their work. Like if you want to search for any specific configuration or tools, like for example, I want to configure Tomcat server. Okay, my requirement is to configure Tomcat server. So I just want to search for any roles available in this online portal. So I can able to see the description here, advanced role for RH, JBoss, everything. Okay, so let me search for this. Let me check what is available here. And if you notice here, this is the name of the role which they have created. And they have a documentation also for this, what it is all about and what are the main components we have in that file. And if you want to install it, you can simply copy this command. Okay, just copy this command and go to your local machine and simply run this. Ansible Galaxy role install that component. So now it is trying to download this and it is getting installed in your local machine. So I think it got installed in my local machine, this path. CD to this path, ls. See here, their role has been downloaded here. So CD See, so they have these many components in that. So under that they have a task. If I go to the task folder, main, and if I get to test folder, we can able to see this main, right? Similarly on task also we have a main. So what is the requirement is whenever we have any such requirement for installation configuration, we can able to create the components. What are the components we need? We can able to create it. And once it is created, or while creating itself, we can able to organize in such a way that it can be reusable. It should be published to Docker registry. So even if you look into this example also, this command, you can simply execute in your local machine. Ultimately, what this command is going to means, it is going to clone the content to local machine. And from where it's going to clone means, see here, the repository, GitHub repository. So each and every role, whatever they are uploaded in this and what are they referring here, it's all available in the corresponding source code repository. So this repository only we're just simply downloading into a local machine and reusing it. So in the same manner, even in real-time environment, at enterprise level, we'll be having the repositories for infrastructure management. Like we have something called GitOps concepts and all. Maybe after DevOps, DevSecOps and all, right? People must be using GitOps. So these are all some building blocks for that. Okay. Are you able to understand the purpose of Ansible role here? So ultimately, Ansible role is used to organize your Ansible components, and it is ultimately used to reuse and share the Ansible component definitions. Okay. Is that clear? I'll be sharing these reference materials and the links, whatever needed. And I can share you some more examples also for Galaxy. So you can try it out. And if you have any queries, please let me know. Guys. So shall we talk about IAC now? IAC for Terraform?
Sure.
Because this will be both Ansible and Terraform will go hand by hand, right? Like, all right. Just a second. There's some background noise adjustment.
Sorry, are you talking? I'm not able to hear.
Guys, am I audible or not?
Yeah, Sai, just maybe you're talking on mute, maybe, Sai.
No, yeah. Okay, 1 minute.
Suddenly voice is well, low, very low. It's not sure what is happening.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Fine. And now it's better?
Yeah, now it is good. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure what is happening here. So point is, already we had an introduction to Terraform, right? When I started with the Ansible itself, we discussed about IAC tools. IAC tool means it can be meant for server provisioning and configuration. Or configuration, right? It can be meant for server provisioning or configuration. So when it comes to server provisioning, we'll be using Terraform, and for configuration management, we were using Ansible. So there are some core topics we need to understand in Terraform. One is the architecture. And then the steps involved. Okay. So this Terraform is configuration or provisioning is not something new. Okay, it was in place for many years. Most of the time, the infrastructure team will take care of it. So, but when it comes to Terraform, right, it involves various capabilities when compared to the existing thing. Traditionally, they might be using their legacy shell scripts, or they might be using their own in-house tools for provisioning the server. But using Terraform, we can able to handle the targets from any environment. It can be from any of your major cloud service providers. You can able to provision the resource on Kubernetes or anything, any local VM where everything is possible. So in which situation we'll be using Terraform? On DevOps perspective, what we're going to hear is, let's say, for example, consider we got a requirement to onboard an application to DevOps. We have created a CI/CD pipeline for them. And that CI/CD pipeline will pick up the code, perform the build, and it can be able to deploy target environment. Assume the target environment is a QA environment. If the QA environment is already available, means we can able to directly deploy the application and test the applications. What if they are looking for a dynamic server? Dynamically, they want to configure the QA server. And they want to create a QA server. In that case, through CSD pipeline itself, we can able to use Terraform and create the server. Got it? So this is where we use a dynamic provisioning. And in order to do that, we need to understand how the process happens, what are steps involved in the process. So if you look into the traditional approach, the process of server provisioning, normally what we do, we just log into our AWS console, and using that launch method, we can able to manually create the servers. This is what we're doing. Or using some AWS CLIs, we can able to write some shell scripts. So shell scripts are basically a complex script which involves a lot of validations, and which involves skilled people to work on it. Like tomorrow, if I want to make any third person to manage me, it's very difficult to manage it. And it is having a lot of dependency based upon CLI, based upon syntax, a lot of dependencies would be there. Let's say, for example, I'll give one small example. Consider a scenario. Let me clean up the screen. Let's say I want to create a server. Create a server, or I can simply tag it as QA server. Okay, I just want to create a QA server. So QA server means it is meant for testing purpose, assume it. So I just have a CSD pipeline for SCM checkout. And here I have a SCM checkout stage, and I want to create QA server. And once the QA server is ready, I want to perform the build, and I want to deploy to QA server. So as part of creation, I can take a configuration also, or you can have a separate stage for configuration. Okay. So it's all up to you, like how you're going to manage it. Before perform build, you want to prepare your environment, or even after perform build also, we can help prepare the environment. Anything is possible. So now in this workflow, once the
Sorry,
deployment is
Look, one question. So how is it possible to build before you having the server? I didn't get that.
come again.
No, how is it possible to change the sequence? You said like either you first build the server, perform the build and then create the QA server.
No, build means it is not building a server, it's an application build.
Okay.
Right. So to build my application, I no need QA server, right? It can be done in my Jenkins slave machine. The build server is required there.
Okay.
This QA server is created for my QA testing. Correct? This deployment.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So now in this case, assume that I trigger this pipeline using Terraform or using my in-house tool. Assume that I create a script to provision the server, and I use a shell script to create the configure server. So these two steps are usually integrated together. We never execute as two levels. We'll be maintaining some internal validation and maintain it. So now point is, upon build, it has created the server and it has deployed the application to QA server. Now, after deployment, we are going to do the testing, but the testing fails due to some application issue. The testing failed. So what will happen now? The testing team will report the issue to development team. Development team will make some changes, code changes based upon the issue, and they will resubmit the job. When they resubmit the job, what will happen? Again, the control will download the code, latest code, perform build, and the control will get into the stages. So now what will happen? Again, we'll try to create the server, but the server is already created, right? The QA server is already created. So now when the control comes to this particular stage, it will obviously try to create a server. So if you're using a traditional scripts, means it is your responsibility to maintain some sort of validation. Before creating a server, you have to manually check the server is available or not. If the server is already available, don't create it. Otherwise, you should create it. Like this, we have to put a lot of validations in the shell scripting while you're working on it. That is what the complexity in writing the shell scripts. But instead of that, if you use the Terraform kind of IAC tool, it will create the resource. If the resource is already available, it won't do any action. It just bypass the stage. Like that, we can able to simplify the coding. And how it is possible actually means it can be done through any of your infrastructure code as tool like Terraform. So if you're using Terraform, this is a very simple syntax for Terraform. Terraform, it is written using HCL language. HCL means HashiCorp Declarative Language. HashiCorp Declarative Language. So it is also same something like a JSON file format only. It is a completely key value pair. So AMI is a key and this is a value. And it is very simple when compared to shell scripting. Coding this JSON file format is very easy. It is completely declarative script. So what is the alternative for Terraform means? You can consider your CloudFormation templates. Like if you want to work on AWS, in AWS we have a CloudFormation template. This CMS CloudFormation template also uses the same format. It can be YAML or JSON. It supports both the file formats. Got it? But the point is, this particular CloudFormation template is meant only for AWS related resources. But the Terraform file can be used in any platform. And all the Terraform files should be saved as .tf. Okay, all Terraform files should be saved as .tf. So like this, what are the various IAC tools available in market? What are the various categories we have means something like this. So in general, like we have something called Docker, Ansible, Terraform, CloudFormation template, HashiCorp Packers, okay, Salt Stack. Like this, a lot of tools are available, but there are some categories here. Categories based upon the configuration management, based upon server templating and versioning tools. So whatever we're talking about, like Ansible, Puppet, SaltStack, Chef, all these things are meant for configuration management. And to work on these tools, first your server should be available. Then only you can able to do some configuration here. And similarly, if you want to create a server, for provisioning, you can use Terraform or CloudFormations. And for server templating, you can able to use any of these tools like Docker, HashiCorp package, Packers, or Vagrant. Even when you try to create an image, right? Launch a virtual machine, you're using an AMI, right? What is the AMI basically? It is a server templating only. Based upon that AMI, based upon that image, we are creating a new VM. Correct? So what are the configurations that is required for that VM has been packaged together and created as a AMI, Amazon Machine image. So it's all based upon the image only, we're preparing a new VM there. So in order to create such a server templating, we'll be using these tools. So how all these things are working and what are the various capabilities of Terraform means? Ultimately, Terraforms are meant for this purpose. So using Terraform, you can able to provision the servers in any of the target environment, like your physical machines or VMware or any of the major service providers. So to achieve this, Terraform follows 5 important stages. That were the 5 important steps. The 5 important steps that involves your scope. First thing is about the scope. Scope means first you have to identify the infrastructure for your project. Before you write any Terraform configuration file or manifest file, first you have to identify the scope of the infrastructure. Why? Because we have a lot of target environments like AWS, Azure, and all. So in which target environment you want to provision the server, that scope has to be identified first. Once it is identified, then you have to write the configuration to define the infrastructure. This is what we call as scripting. The Terraform script .tf file will be created and the script will be maintained here. And once the script is ready, if you are executing for the very first time, you need to initialize that Terraform init. So what is the need for initialization means? The Terraform will interact with the target environment using some Terraform providers. Correct. So we have to initialize the provider first of all. If you are working for AWS means you'll be downloading the Terraform provider for AWS. If it is Azure means you'll be downloading the Terraform provider for Azure. Like that, the Terraform init command will try to initialize the provider. Once the provider is initialized, then after it is very simple to proceed further with the resource definitions. So the plan and apply, these are 2 commands that is associated for resource definition. So plan command means what are the script you have written. It is used to preview a script. The changes whatever you did here, whether changes are applicable to this target environment or not, whether it's feasible to target environment, the syntax, everything will be checked. It's something like a review or a compilation or validation of your Terraform script. And here itself, it will identify all the resources. How many resources you want to create, everything will be identified here itself. Once it is done, then the apply command will actually make the changes on the infrastructure. So ultimately, while working on Terraform, these are the important pointers to consider.
So say this like identifying of infrastructure, there will be some different team, right? The platform engineering team, something like that. So they will decide, right? Or
Yes,
manage.
yes, that's right.
Okay.
Write script and issue Terraform init and Terraform plan and then Terraform apply. So this Terraform init command, it is used to download the providers. And this is used to review or validate the Terraform config file, or we can say like a script file. And once it is validated, this Terraform apply will implement the actual changes target environment. Okay, so these steps are very much important, and these steps are common for any target environment, whether you're using AWS or Azure, whatever the target environment is. Terraform strictly follow these 5 steps. Within the 5 steps, you can able to define any sort of resources. So in order to work on this, we need to install Terraform first of all. And once the installation is completed, we can able to get into the initial setup and start using it. So let me show you the installation procedure first. So this one. So this link will help you to install Terraform. I'll just put it in chat window or in this document itself. It's a very well documented, okay, really. If you want to explore more Terraform and its features, this is a very good documentation. So here you can able to get the details of installation, where you can able to install, whether you want to install it on your Mac, Windows, Linux. And if you want to download the binary in Windows means you can simply download these binaries. Okay, it will download an exe file. Just download AMD 64-bit architecture component and it will get installed. You can able to simply have it in your local machine. Just a zip file. It just downloads a zip file. You just extract and keep it in your local machine. And you have to create an environment variable for that installation path. Once it is done, using command prompt, you can able to start using it. Or if you want to install Linux, you have to follow these steps. Depends on distribution. Okay, if you're installing Ubuntu means this is what a step. It will automatically create an environment variable and you can directly start using your Terraform. It's possible. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to use Windows. So hope you all using Windows machine, right? Local. Are you working on local Windows machine or like?
I use Mac.
Okay. So if you're using Mac, then you can able to follow this procedure. Okay, just get into this link and execute these 2 lines of code. Hope you have your homebrew package manager, right, in your machine. So this package manager is required. So using this package manager, you can able to install this package. And from your terminal itself, you can able to access Terraform. Or you can able to use your AWS Cloud Platform to spin up any Linux machine and install Terraform and start working on it. It's possible. So if you want to execute these commands, you can do it, or you can able to download the executable version like binaries for your Linux box. So the prerequisites are, first we have to install Terraform. And once the installation is completed, in order to work in Terraform scripts, I strongly recommend to use Visual Studio Code. Hope you guys have installed Visual Studio Code or yet to install? We talked about it earlier. Visual Studio Code IDE. So you can install it in a Windows machine, or it is applicable on your Mac or Ubuntu local also, not an issue. So if you want, I can share the link. You want to install or you are okay with it? Because if you want, I can share the link for installation. So here is a link to download and install Visual Studio Code. So I strongly recommend, okay, please utilize these tools because for DevOps engineers, we'll be responsible for creating a number of scripts. Okay, it can be for your Groovy scripting, it can be for your YAML scripting or whatever it is. So using the Visual Studio Code, we can able to get some default editors, and it will be very easy for us to code the scripts and test the scripts also. Like we have Eclipse and all. Eclipse and all is meant for code developers, application developers. For administrators like us, we can use Visual Studio Code. That is very user friendly. So for installing in Windows, just follow the procedure. Like use any of this install version and install it. Any question here? Are we good to proceed or any questions? Please let me know.
You can proceed.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you how I install Terraform in my local Windows machine, because ultimately the objective is to provision some resources in AWS platform. So to create a resource in AWS platform, it will be good to have your Terraform in local machine, because that is what even in real time also. Let's say in an infrastructure team, there are 5 members in a team, means each and every member of the team will be having their local version of Terraform installed. And from their local machine only, they'll be provisioning other servers. No one will create a server manually and get into that server for Terraform. It's not a use case actually. So on that perspective, we are going to use our local machine and install Terraform. And using Visual Studio Code, we are going to create the Terraform script, and using the command prompt or terminal, we are going to execute, run the Terraform commands like Terraform init or apply or whatever. Okay. So now let me show you how I'm going to use it. So I have already installed Terraform in this machine. Let me open my Visual Studio Code. Okay.
Sai, generally this
So
Windows, through this Windows, I'm not familiar that much, but if you want to create, 2 instances on AWS using Terraform, then it would be great if you can source the exposure on through the, command line interface.
yeah, in command line only we're going to do it actually.
Okay. Through Windows, I mean PowerShell or what?
Yeah, terminal. It can be PowerShell terminal or a Git Bash terminal, or it can be your any what do you call that? Any terminal whichever applicable in your Windows machine.
Okay.
So now if we see here, see Windows is just a platform, okay, just an operating system. There we are going to use a terminal because the Terraform commands, whatever I was talking about, right? These are all executed in the command line. Only the installation procedure varies. Like if you want to install in Windows means this is the procedure. You'll be directly downloading it and using that zip file and creating environmental variable. But if it is Linux, run these commands, automatically you'll be getting these tools installed, and from the terminal you can able to run your Terraform commands. So why I prefer Windows or any local machine instead of AWS platform means we need this Visual Studio Code also hand to hand, correct? So usually we maintain our Terraform scripts and all everything in the cloud platform. That's fine. But when it comes to the creation process, scripting process, we'll be working in our local environment. So now, once you install Visual Studio Code, this is how the Visual Studio Code now user interface. So people who are using for the very first time, it is same as like your Eclipse-based IDEs if you already worked on it. And once the Visual Studio Code is installed, the very first activity you should do is install Terraform extension.
Look, sorry, one question.
Yes.
Can you please ping that Terraform installer link in the chat?
Yeah, this one, right?
Yes. And Visual Studio, you said like there is for Windows system installer ARM64, right?
Yes. So if you want to install on Windows machine, this is what it is. So just go to the link which I pinged you now. And in Windows, you can see there is AMD 64 version. You can download this.
Okay.
So once you download this, listen please. Once you download this, it will download an exe file layer. Got it?
Yes, yes.
So you can see the exe file has been downloaded. Sorry, zip file has been downloaded here.
Yeah.
Got it. So all that we should do is once the tool is installed in Windows machine, just download AMD 64 version and then extract this. Extract the zip file and then create environmental variable for this. Then only it can be accessible. So if you want to create environmental variable in Windows machine, you can just go to your start menu and edit system environmental variables. And here you can able to see there is environmental variables, and under system variable you can see there is a path definition. Click on edit, and you should be able to see I have already configured this environmental variable here. So it means this file whatever I have downloaded, it is available in this path. So let me show you that once. In my E drive, within the software folder, can you able to see this? So the
Yes,
Terraform file, zip file, whatever I downloaded, usually when you download, it will be there in your downloads folder, right? So I just moved into my software folder in my E drive and I just extracted this. Upon extraction, if you open this folder, you can see only the executable, Terraform executable.
Yes.
Okay. Now you can go to your environment variable setup. I repeat, just go to your start menu and type for environment variable. You can edit the system environment variables. And under the system properties, click on environment variables. And here in system variables, select the path and edit. And you will click on new and add the path of a Terraform. Like my Terraform executable is present in my E drive software folder under this directory. Easy. Are we good with this?
Yes.
Yes, look, sir. Thank you.
So once this environment variable is created, then after you can able to access this Terraform from any path, from any project. That's what the intention here. So now I am in Visual Studio Code. As I said, once the Visual Studio Code is installed, you have to install the Terraform extension for Visual Studio Code. So here from this context menu at the left side, you can see there's an option called extensions.
Sorry to distribute. For the Visual Studio, for Windows also the system installer ARM64, right?
Yeah, you can use the system installer. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So you can select the extensions here. Extensions are nothing but plugins or additional capabilities, like how we install plugins for Jenkins after installation. Similarly, your Visual Studio Code by default is a base version. If you want to add any features, you can able to install the respective plugins. So you can search for Terraform. On the extension, you can search for Terraform, and you can able to see the HashiCorp Terraform. It is official thing, right? HashiCorp Terraform. This symbol says it is official from this vendor. So this is what you have to install. So in your case, you can see some install button. Just click on install. It will get installed in your machine. Easy. So what is the purpose of this installer means or extension means? Tomorrow, if you want to write some Terraform script, it will easily allow you to write the script. Like it will be creating some user-friendly environment to write the script. Got it? It provides a default editor for Terraform. That's the main objective. Any question here? So extension tab is here. Just click on it, and you can able to search for Terraform, and you can able to choose the HashiCorp Terraform as extension. Easy. Are we comfortable with this, or any question, please? Okay. So once the Terraform is installed.
Yeah, Sai, one sec. This for a Windows installer, when we do, is giving error like this program can only be installed on versions of Windows designed for the following processor architecture, ARM64.
You're talking about Visual Studio Code or what?
Visual Studio.
Maybe it is not compatible to your environment. If you want, you can try with the default one. On top of that page, you must be seeing something, right? Windows 10 or...
Oh, yeah, Windows 10 or 11.
You can choose this one.
I see. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So you guys are working on it, need some time?
We can continue, I guess.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So what you can do here is, once the extensions are installed, then your Visual Studio Code is ready for writing the script. And also ensure that you install, you create the environmental variable for Terraform for accessing. So once it is done, just go to your Visual Studio Code, and you can able to create a new project here. So for the creation of new projects, it's very simple. Just go to File menu, and here open a folder. If you click on Open Folder, it will take you to the file system from where you can able to open a folder. And if you want, you can able to specify. Guys, am I audible to all or not? Okay, got it. So if you want, you can able to specify the directory. If the directory is not present, you can able to create a new directory. Like for example, I can say like SA dr Terraform. Okay. Hope you can see my screen. One second here. So I repeat the process as file, go to file system. And here, let me create one folder for you. And let's say, for example, in this particular folder, in my E drive, I've created this directory, and within this directory, I'm going to create one subdirectory like Terraform project 1. Terraform project 1, and select the folder. So even if there is no folder exist, you can able to create a new folder while processing it. So now that we have created a new folder, and once a folder is created, you can see the folder is completely empty now. It is not having any file. There is an option to create a file here. You can use this plus symbol, new file, or if you want to create any subfolder, you can able to use this option, new folder. So now we're going to create a folder. So just click on this plus symbol, and I want to create a Terraform file for my AWS platform. So I can give it some name like this. So the file name can be anything, but the extension should be .tf. See, as soon as I create a file, I can able to see the file icon has changed related to Terraform. That means it is providing me the default editor for Terraform. And how you can able to work in Terraform basically means by using some terminals. So from your what do you call this Visual Studio Code, you have something called terminal. Just go to your menu bar, and in this menu bar you can see there is a menu for terminal, and click on new terminal. See, it is automatically pointing to this particular terminal here, this path. And if I say this, I can use there is only one file called AWS-TF. Okay, and once your Terraform is installed and configured, if you want to verify the version of Terraform, you can simply say like Terraform version. So this is how you can able to verify the installation of Terraform. That means once the environment variable is created, you can able to do this. If you're not getting a version, or if it's saying like the command not found, then your environment variable is not defined properly. That's what the issue. So like this, we can able to quickly verify the Terraform executable file. Any question? Okay. So now how to write a script? Because the script can be for any service provider, right? So as I said, the very first step is to identify scope of a target environment. And we have many target environments available. So first you choose the target environment. Based upon target environment, you can able to write your script. So if you look into this installation guide of Terraform here, listen all of you. Guys, please pay attention. Don't try to install anything now. Just listen, please. So here in this installation document, whatever I sent you like the link, here you can able to see there is an option called registry. If you click on this registry link, it will take you to the providers list. Okay, Terraform registry providers list, and click on this browse provider option. Browse provider. And you can able to see the huge list of providers. Even in my slide also, I just took it from here only, nothing else. So just explore. Terraform supports a huge list of providers. It is not just about a single server. It provides a service for a number of target environments, and each and every service can be created using Terraform itself. See, there are these many pages actually, components actually. So if you want to work in AWS, just click on the provider name. And this will take you to your AWS registry for Terraform. And you can able to see the latest version of AWS provider is 5.21.0. Just 2 days ago, they have released this version. So Terraform is really, they wanted to capture all the possible resources and define it. So they are doing a very regular updates on their product. Even day before yesterday, I just saw 5.19, but now it becomes 1.2. Just within 3 days, they have released one more product version. So always it is recommended to get into the official page and get the latest version of a provider. This is what expected actually. It is not like our traditional scripting, like while working on a CSD pipeline or Groovy scripts or Python script and all, we can able to use the existing script. But here, writing a script is something based upon the latest provider. So just get into this provider and follow the instructions whatever given based upon the provider. And you can simply copy paste the script from here. There is no issues at all. That is what I expect actually. So from this page, you can able to see there is an option called documentation. Can you see this? So if you get into this documentation page, this will get you the complete information about the resource definition, like AWS provider resource definitions, how to download the provider, and if you want to create a AWS resource like AWS VPC, or if you want to create a AWS provider to download, or if you want to, where is it? Resource definitions. Everything can be handled from this particular page. Similarly, you can able to search for it, like if you are interested to provision the servers, like if you want to create a EC2 instance, here we have a EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, and these are some services associated to that EC2 instance. So you can able to create a key pair AWS instance. So this is what a syntax to create an EC2 instance. This is what it is. So definition is resource, type of resource AWS instance, and the name of a resource. And then using which AMI you want to create a resource, just give a AMI name and instance type along with the tag. So the resources, AWS resources, whatever you created using your AWS console, you can able to do it through your script here. Right. So now I'll show you how to write the script. Go to Visual Studio Code. And here in this Visual Studio Code, all that we need is we need the provider first. Provider. So provider in the sense like what are the various providers we have? First, we have to download the provider. So I'll just quickly show you how we can able to code it for provider. So Terraform provider means it basically AWS you can able to consider. Okay, it is not just like whatever we are going to use. Let's start with AWS and you can follow the same procedure for any other target environment. Okay. So listen, please. Let me get these details. I'm just trying to copy the content from your official documentation into my file. I just simply copied it, nothing else. Okay. So all that we are going to do here is the provider, whatever we have here, we are going to use the provider and the resource definition. Simple. So listen, please. So the very first thing is about the provider. Provider is AWS that we identified. And if you see here, if you simply place the cursor here, it is trying to identify the provider along with its version. And then we have to specify the region, access key, and the secret key. These are three important parameters to download or handle the providers. Because from my local machine, I have to create the resource in AWS platform, right? So first I should be an authorized user. So how I can able to log into AWS from my local machine means by using the secret key and access key. It is not possible to use your login details like username, email ID, or password. Normally in your AWS platform, you will log in through your email ID and password, right, as a root user. It will not work in that way. All that we need to do is we have to create the access key and secret key. Okay. And also in which region you're going to work, that region ID you should give here. So the region is captured from this level. Like I'm using Mumbai region means this is what the, sorry. Yes, Anasai, what's the question? So here for my Mumbai region, this is what the ID, like AP South 1. So this is what I have to specify in my script to work on that. And then I need to create access key and secret key. So to create that, from your AWS console, from your AWS console, you can get into your account level settings. Just click on your user ID on top right corner and click on security credentials. It will take you to IAM console. And from this IAM console, you can able to see there is an option called access key. I repeat, go to your account level settings. Under that, you can see security credential. If you click on this, it will take you to IAM console and you can able to see there is an access key. So click on create access key and just go with it. You can create it as a root user also, no problem. Ignore this warning and click on create access key for now. That's it. Now we got the access key. Just copy this access key somewhere like this. Or I can keep it directly here itself. And then you need to copy the secret key. This also matters. Okay, this is very much important. And once the key is copied to your local environment, just simply close this. And then after, you can't see that key. Secret key will not be visible. Only access can be available here. But secret key, you need to regenerate. Got it? So this is how we'll be giving a provider. So how I got this syntax here? It is nothing but from my Terraform provider. Like here. Right? So what are syntax I have just written? I just copied from here only, nothing else. And this is what even recommended also, because they are doing regular updates. Sometimes the syntax might be simplified, or it can be mapped with any other variable, or it can be reusable. So the keywords are very important. So better you can copy from the official page and create a provider script. Similarly, if I want to create EC2 instance, all that I did is I just copied from this link. That's all. Sorry, it's for EC2 instance, right? So you can able to take any of these examples. Okay. So ultimately, to create a AWS instance, you need a AMI and then instance type and key. So just take all these parameters from your console now. So how to get the AMI means while launching the instance, you can able to find the AMI ID. While launching instance, you can able to find the AMI ID, or from this AMI catalog also you can able to get the AMI IDs. This is a AMI catalog. It can be having your own AMI or private images or public images. You can able to get the AMI IDs from here also. And if you want to go with region specific, from this launch panel, let's say under this AMI, you can able to see this. This one. So if you want to create a AMI for any of these machines, like you can able to choose anything like this. It can be Amazon Linux machine or whatever it is, but ensure that while choosing the image, the region should be related to your region. See, it is automatically moved back to the default region. Why? Because I went to my security console, right? IAM console. So IAM console is common for, it's a global, applicable for global regions. So that's why it just changed. Ensure that it is pointing to your Mumbai region, because the AMIs are specific to a region actually. So which machine you want to create? just choose the AMI of that image of that machine. Right. So now that if you are interested in this particular AMI, just copy this AMI ID and use it in your script. Similarly, I want to go with my T2 micro instance and the key pair. That's it. This is a key pair. So if you already have a key pair, means you can able to use it, or dynamically you can able to create a key pair also. Like we have a capability to create a key pair here. Can you see this key pair definition? Right. So once you give a key pair, if you want to give some tag to that server, you can able to mention it here. Okay. So there are two levels you'll be giving a name. This name, whatever you specify, it is for tagging purpose. It can be anything as per choice, and it can be a duplicate value also. But here, this my instance ID, this should be unique. This is something used by Terraform to uniquely identify the resource definition. Guys, all are following, right? Any question here? Please let me know.
Sai, you gave keypad name, right? The PM file should be in this Terraform where we are in the terminal, like project one.
See, what is the need for PM file actually? The PM file is something used at the time of accessing the resource, right? Not
Okay,
for
we're
creating
just
the resource.
creating.
Yeah, we are
Okay.
just creating the resource and mapping the key pair there. That's all.
Okay.
Correct. It is something like while launching instance, you are identifying the key pair, right? That's all.
Yeah. Okay. But it's already in this
Yeah, it should
account.
be.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Got it. So with this, what we can do means we can able to launch in. Just save the configuration file first. So now we are going to download this provider and create this simple resource. So if you notice my folder, it is having only one file now. Now, since it's the very first time, I have to give a command called Terraform init command. So what are the definitions we have in this folder? It will just initializing the plugin, and you can see it is trying to generate something here in my repository. It is installing HashiCorp AWS version 5.21. So this is what it is downloaded here. If you can see this, AWS version 5.21.0 EXEC has been downloaded. It is nothing but your AWS provider, this version. Clear? So once this is downloaded, it is giving a recommendation to start using the Terraform plan command. So Terraform has been initialized successfully, and then we have to perform Terraform plan. So that's what the next step. So if you noticed here, I was giving you some steps, right? Identify the scope, write the script, Terraform init. Once init is completed, we can go with Terraform plan command and then apply command. So now I'm going to execute a Terraform plan. And before I execute, if I want to make any changes here, I can able to make it. Okay. Or I can simply save this and execute Terraform plan command. So this plan command will review and validate the Terraform configuration script, whatever we have written. And it is going to identify the resource definitions, whatever we are going to do. See here, as part of this Terraform plan command, You see here, I execute this command here. From this level, it has started to validate my config file and has identified that one resource to be created. Plus symbol means creation. And it is going to create a resource called my instance 1 and using the AMID whatever I supplied here in the script. And instance type is T2 micro. And the key whatever we used is this one. The key whatever is supplied and the tag. And all other parameters will be known only at time of runtime. That is after giving apply command, all these things will be up to date. And finally, it is giving summary of all these activities, like it is going to add only one resource, no change or no destroy. So it means using Terraform, what are things you can able to do means use to create, destroy, or change. Change means update. If you want to update any resource, or if you want to delete any resource, or if you want to add any resource. So all these are three actions that can be performed using Terraform. So this is denoted by the symbol like this. Here we have a plus symbol to denote the creation process, and destroy means minus, and update means it is represented using the still symbol. So these notations are very much important when it comes to the Terraform actions. That's what you are seeing here also. All the plus symbols. Plus symbol denotes we are going to create a new resource. Okay. So now that I have updated the plan and I don't find any issue in my script. And that's the reason it's giving a recommendation to proceed further with Terraform apply command now. So I can go ahead and apply the changes. So this apply is the actual, it is going to make actual changes there in the resource definition. So once you give apply command, it will ask for the confirmation. Again, it will do some sort of validation actually. It review the changes and it will give a summary of the changes, whatever we want to do, and it's asking for confirmation. If you say yes, it will take you to the implementation. So it is trying to create the resource, creating my instance. It's still creating. And in the meantime, if you wish, you can able to explore your environment. EC2 dashboard. Here, the server SADR test Terraform 1. This is what I have created using my script, and it is successfully completed. Okay. So now the important thing which we should understand is the structure of the folder. Initially, when I start my activity, I was having only aws.tf file, which I have created. But as part of the provisioning, when I issue the Terraform init command, it has downloaded the exe file. And when I issue the Terraform plan and apply, it has created a state file. Terraform.tf state, it is one of the important component in Terraform, which is going to maintain the current status of your target environment. Means through this Terraform apply command, I've just created a resource. Now, if I execute the same command again, what will happen? If I try to apply this again, will it create a duplicate resource or not? That is what the point here.
No, it will won't get. It have a state file, right? It will go
So
through it, and if it is already present, it will won't create.
So in this case, we are trying to re-execute the command. It is refreshing the state file and trying to verify the status of the resources. And it says no changes. Your infrastructure matches with the configuration. So this project is my local machine, and how it can able to capture the details of my infrastructure in AWS platform. It's because of the state file. So whenever I give apply command, the state file will get updated with the resource definition. And with the state file only, we can able to ensure that the resources are not getting duplicated. I told you right earlier, I was showing some workflow here, this pipeline. Remember, so server is created here, and when you retrigger this job, again the control will come to this level and it won't create any duplicate resource. That is because of the state file definition. Easy? Like this, you can able to perform any sort of action. Like for example, here, as of now, we just create one resource. If you want to update any resource, like I just want to rename this. Instead of that, I just want to change to dummy server 1. I just want to rename it. So simply save the file after making changes. And once you save the file, you can simply start with Terraform plant command. No need to start with init because already we have initialized the providers available here. So at the project level, initialization can be done at the initial one-time activity. So Terraform plan. Now it is going to validate my changes. Yes, and now it says this one, Terraform plan command I just issued. And now it says update in place, the tilde symbol that denotes update. So what is going to update means it's going to update this resource. And which parameter is going to update means it's going to update the tag parameter, name tag. So it is going to change from test Terraform 1 to dummy server 1. One change identified. Like that, you can able to make any changes on your resource. And once you okay with changes, simply say Terraform apply. Confirm it by giving yes. And now you can see one resource changed. And as soon as it changed, it has updated my state file with the current changes. And if you refresh your server, you can able to see the latest changes available here. Easy. So like this, using the script, you can able to create any number of definitions. Like for example, consider I want to create 50 resources of same configuration. Means I can simply use a num count equal to 50, something like this. So this parameter, what it will do means it will try to identify the total number of instances you want to create. Like based upon this configuration, this AMID and this instance type, it will create 50 instances. Got it? That's what the advantage. Similarly, if the AMI is different or resource definition different, let's say I want to create 50 instances. Oh, sorry. Okay. I want to create 50 instances of T2 micro, and this is of T2 medium. I can able to use it. It's possible. So it means with a single submission, single command execution, I can able to provision nearly 100 resources with different configurations.
So can we stop terminate instance from here itself, or we have to do it manually on the AWS?
Yeah, you can able to terminate here itself. Let's say so, for example, consider this is my resource definition, whatever I had here. And all that I can do is I can simply say Terraform destroy. Terraform destroy. So this command, what will do means it will try to get the resource definitions, and it will try to destroy the resource, whatever you have in this. See here, let's identify one resource to destroy. The resource is this one. The minus symbol should be there as a prefix. So this instance is going to get deleted now. If you say yes, it will start deleting the resource. And in the meantime, if you review your console, you can see it is getting terminated actually. See the dummy server, it is shutting down. Can you see this? In few seconds, it will go to terminate state. So that's what. So using Terraform, we can able to perform all these three activities: creation, deletion, or updation. I just showed you for EC2 resource, EC2 instance actually. But apart from that, you can able to work on any of the resources using the same syntax. Like if you look into this particular thing, using the, let's say you have this particular reflection, you can able to create your own VPC, your subnet, your internet network interface, and then you can able to associate all those things. Not only this, even you can able to create your security group, everything to your instance. As of now, we never had any security group here, right? This server is not exposed to internet, or you can use SSH for that server. But if you want, you can able to enforce some security group and all other things. Right, it's possible. So if you want, I can share the script with you. The script contains the entire content, like what are things needed. It includes everything. Yeah, you can just follow this for a minute. So let's say, if just consider this example, I have a script that is to download the property to create a VPC. For the VPC creation, the resource type is AWS_VPC, and the resource name is my VPC9, and these are the required parameters to create a VPC. So I just simply referred my official documentation, whatever we have here, nothing else. And while creating this VPC and all right, we can't take a decision, okay? It is purely depends upon my infra team, because based upon CLA block, whatever they recommend, that's what I can use. As like that, I can give this area block the range of the IP address, right, for your resources, VPC. That just purely depends upon the company's standards and security policies. So once VPC is created, under the VPC, if you want to create a subnet, means this is resource definition. AWS subnet ID, and to which VPC you want to create. I'm going to create for my VPC9, which I created here. And then the subnet is associated with the internet gateway, where I can able to create a in the gateway, and then route table configuration and route table association for the subnet. And then I'll be defining a security group here. Security group, name of security group. And then in security, we can able to mention our inbound and outbound rules, right? Ingress and egress. So this is an example to create your port HTTP and SSH. If you want to add any other port, means you can able to add it here itself using the same syntax. Just give a description from port and to port. That's it. And after defining all these resources, based upon all these parameters, you can able to create your EC2 instance. Okay, this instance I'm going to create using this AMI and instance type, and the subnet ID, whatever I created in my definition here. This one, using the subnet ID and using security group, which I have created here. So this becomes a complete project, complete requirement for your application deployment or testing. So this file, what we do means, we'll be keeping this file in our source code repository, and during your SCM checkout, we can use this file to create a resource there. So it's just an example, okay? If you want, I can execute this tomorrow. In my next session, I'll show you how to execute this and create all these resources. So for today's session, ensure that you can able to create a simple AWS resource and try to perform all sort of actions like resource definition, and then destroy as well as change action. Any question? So there are a lot of best practices also while working Terraform, especially with respect to TF state file and how to preserve TF state file. And if TF state file is lost, then how we can restore it. And what are best practices to maintain this TF state file? A lot of things are there. So we'll talk about the next session. All right. Any question till now? Yeah, I'll be sharing the scripts. Okay, the scripts, whatever I have here, the scripts, whatever I'm showing you here, I'll be sharing it with you. And even I'll be sharing this complete content, okay, for creating VPC, everything. If you find time, you can simply create it as like how I created here. You create a separate folder and put all the scripts there and try to exit once. But ensure that the AMI ID and the key, whatever you use, it should be relevant to your account. Clear? Is that fine?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Okay then. So any other questions, please let me know. Yeah, that's right. Fine. So yeah, that's it for today. We'll continue with, I'll just show you a demo, or I'll be sharing the script. If you want, you can try it. Otherwise, I can show you a demo the next week with all the resource definitions starting from VPC. And also we'll be talking about some of the best practices while working in Terraform in the next session.
Sai, you are there on the WhatsApp group or not? I mean, in this, local group of this training, Star Agile has added you, or because in case like when we do testing, some issues come up, and then we can let you know in the group itself.
I think Sai, you're on mute, I guess.
See, no, actually, thing is that maybe I need to check. I don't have access to that. We even trainers are not allowed to be part of a group, I guess. So not sure.
But I would think it should be good to be part of the group, Sai, because when we practice, setting up and practicing the stuff, right? If we get stuck with any kind of small things, right? We don't need to wait for a week, no? You can kind of just put a quick word or help us when we get stuck, then that will be helpful, I guess.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Okay, let me check. Huh?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Hi, Sai. Can you ask the team to share the screen recording because, so we can easy to check through it.
Yeah, sure. I'll inform them by today, end of the day, you'll be getting the recordings available.
Okay, yeah, okay then.
Or early morning tomorrow, early, I'll make it available.
Because we didn't receive any of the recording till now. Then how they are going to share it? This
Till now, in the sense, even from since
the
day one
first
hour.
class, yeah.
No, it's not like that.
No,
I didn't receive any link or anything.
If you have, can anyone put it in chat window, please? Can anyone share that Google Drive link in chat window?
It is in
Have you guys
WhatsApp group.
received that one by email or?
No.
Yeah, it is in the description of the WhatsApp group.
So in this link itself, right? Maybe if you're part of WhatsApp group, you can get it from there. Or people who, if you have the link handy, you can able to post in chat window now. You can send it to everyone.
Yeah, I'm sending it.
Yeah, thank you.
Here is the drive, and I pinged that WhatsApp link as well. In case if anybody missed drive, you can join the WhatsApp group as well.
Right. So hope you got it now. Can you able to access it now, right?
We got the recordings as of yesterday, actually. Thanks, sir. Yesterday, they have posted the recording.
Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, thanks for sharing the links. Yeah, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
So hope the sessions are progressive, right? Hope you can able to understand things, able to make the things right.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I think this weekend the session was a bit exhaustive. Mostly, I think we need to practice more. Yeah.
But it's all very simple, okay? If you go through the class recordings once, twice.
Yeah, correct.
easy
That's
for you.
really helping actually.
Huh.
I mean, when we go through the recordings and then parallelly work on the experimentation, right? That's helping, sir.
Right. All right. All right then. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
time. We'll connect to the next session. And sorry, person who's expecting the link, did you get chance to go through the link now?
No, in the chat, it's not showing.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I'll repost the link. Just a minute. I think it is pointing to one person. Yes. So can you able to access it now?
Let me check that one. Okay, it's inside recording. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sai. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Apas Sahib, what's the question?
Can I join next DevOps course?
What happened, sir? You can check with support team on this.
Okay. I some points I missed and not understand. That's why. Okay. Thank you. I will connect support team.
No, if you think you missed something, you can ask me, right? What was the doubt? Or if even after going through the recordings, can't you understand things, or like what is the status?
I will go first recording and
Yeah,
actually,
please do that.
I'm not technical guy. That's why some very.
Yeah,
I can't
just
explain you the problem actually. Let me try to understand via recordings first.
yeah, just go with a slow pace. You can step by step go through the recordings and try to use my class notes and try to achieve things. Just go step by step. Okay, don't go through the complete recordings for 2 hours or 4 hours and do the things. Just for first 15 minutes, first 30 minutes, what are things we have covered? Step by step, you just implement and try it on second time also. So don't just leave it for one time. At least once or twice you need to practice, then it will be easy for you to cope up with the things.
Yeah. You are right. We need to practice more. Yeah.
Sai, just can you let me how what will be the next tool after Terraform?
Yeah, we'll be talking about Docker, Kubernetes, Prometheus, and Grafana.
Okay, so 4 tools.
Yeah.
4 tools. Okay.
And next week also 10 a.m. right, Sai?
Yeah, 10 a.m. we'll connect. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Regularly. Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.